Good evening, whoever's there. I see Lou.
Hey, Jim.
Hi, Judy.
Hey, Jim, I'm here. I'm just scarfing down some dinner before
Hi,
we start.
Melissa. That's acceptable. You can do that.
Okay, get 2 more minutes.
I'm gonna go scarf down. I'm gonna go get a coffee to scarf down.
Okay. All right, let's see who we have. I see Matt. I heard Jim.
You hear me?
Yeah, hi, Ed. I hear and see you. All right, let's see who we have. I see Matt. I heard Jim.
You hear me?
Yeah, hi, Ed. Is there a recording repeating here?
Certainly sounded like it.
That is.
Oh, maybe it's HCam through someone's microphone, like someone's speaker. Because I got to imagine there's a, probably 10-second delay or something on HCam.
Delay. Yeah,
Yeah.
I've never experienced that one before.
Hi, everyone. This is HCAM to the chair. We are live and we are recording now. So feel free to start whenever you're ready.
Great, thank you. All right, so we have 4 of us. Judy, I know that Ted is not coming. Were we expecting our other 2, Walter?
We do have Peggy. She just joined.
Peggy. Oh, there you are. Hi, Peggy. Welcome.
Have not heard from Walter.
Welcome, Peggy. This is Jim.
Yeah. Can you hear us, Peggy?
Yeah, I can now. My audio is a little messed up, but I'm here
There you
now.
are. Awesome. So glad to have you join us.
Glad to be here. There weren't many opportunities to join the Concom, so it must be a great place to be because nobody seems to leave.
Yeah, we have a good group here. All right. I'll call the meeting to order and read the script here, and we can do an official introduction with Peggy. So this is the January 27th, 2026 open meeting of the Hopkinton Conservation Commission being conducted remotely consistent with an act extenuating certain COVID-19 measures adopted during the state of emergency. The new law authorizes all members of a public body to continue participating in meetings remotely. The open meeting law's requirement that a quorum of the body and the chair be physically present at the meeting location remains suspended. For this meeting, the Hopkinton Conservation Commission is convening by video conference via Zoom app as posted on the town's web meeting calendar and the Conservation Commission agenda identifying how the public may join. Additionally, the meeting may also be broadcast by HCAM through one or many of its channels or platforms. Please note that this meeting is being recorded and that some attendees are participating by video conference. Accordingly, please be aware that others may be able to see you and take care not to screen share your computer. Anything that you broadcast may be captured by the recording. Supporting materials that have been provided to members of the commission for this meeting are available on the town's website. This meeting will feature public comment. After commission members and staff have discussed each project application on the agenda, the chair will open the discussion to public comment. Members of the public who wish to speak are asked to identify their name and address. 3 minutes will be afforded for each public comment. Each vote taken in this meeting will be conducted via roll call of the members. So I will now confirm which commission members are present. Ed Harrow,
I'm here.
Jim Cirillo,
Present.
Matt Moyen,
Present.
Margaret Shaw.
Present.
All right, and Ted Barker Hook is absent. Walter Garland, you here? Okay, Walter is not with us at the moment. I will now confirm staff that are present. Judy Day,
Present.
Anna Rogers,
Present.
and Joe Orzel.
Present.
Great. All right, so before we get started tonight, just want to welcome Peggy Shaw to the commission. Peggy, do you want to just introduce yourself and give a little background for the rest of the commission members?
Sure. My name is Peggy Shaw. I have lived in Hopkinton for about 25 years. One of the things that brought us to Hopkinton, one of the things we really loved about Hopkinton, and one of the things that brings me to this board is Hopkinton seems to have an appreciation for preserving green space. We appreciated all the trails and the conservation land, in addition to the state parks. Professionally, I have a scientific, legal, and regulatory background. I've worked in environmental protection my entire career, more in the realm of remediating hazardous waste sites. So a little bit different than wetlands protection and open space management. But hopefully my background will help me get up to speed fast on what you folks do here. I admit I was a little overwhelmed. I looked at all the material before this meeting, but hopefully I'll get up to speed quickly. And I'm looking forward to working with all of you.
Great, that's fantastic. Love having some regulatory background on the board, and we definitely learn as we go here. So if you have questions, feel free to ask. And there's also some resources, I'm sure. Well, obviously Judy shared resources, but there's some conferences coming up and some other things like that can help do Conservation Commission 101.
That would be great. Thank you.
Welcome. All right, so to start off our meeting, Judy, I know we have one continuation from, is it still just one that got, yeah.
Yes, just the one.
Okay, so for everybody on the call tonight, I just want to point out that the 15 Montana Road Notice of Intent continuation, the applicant requested a continuation to February 10th, so we will not be discussing that tonight. So we'll start with work session items. First off, we have draft minutes for review from July 1st. So I'll ask commission members if anyone has any questions or comments on those minutes or didn't have a chance to review them. Please speak now. All right, hearing none, I'm going to ask for a motion to approve those minutes.
I'll make that motion.
All right,
Second.
can I get a second? All right, all in favor, Matt,
Aye.
Jim,
Aye.
Ed,
Hang on here. Aye.
I am also an I, and Peggy will let you abstain from that one.
Correct.
All
Through the
right.
chair, this is Ed. I'm going to be running in and out here periodically because I'm having an argument with our cook stove. So just bear with me when I disappear for a second. I'll be right back.
Okay, good luck, Ed. Next up, we have the Trails Committee, Windsor Apartments to Berry Acres Trail exemption request. We talked about this at the last meeting and asked for some additional details on the plans and to explain the project for the file. So, do we have someone on the call to go through this, or did you want to cover it, Judy?
I believe we have Sean Kimball on the call with the Trails Committee and Chuck Douchy as well.
Oh, I see them. Welcome.
Thank you. Judy, did you want to walk it through or do you want me to talk it through?
Yeah, either way, I can give an overview of where we left it at the last meeting. Commission had already heard the Trail Committee's request for an exemption from filing for a permit to install um, a new boardwalk over a stream crossing at the Berry Acres Trails. Right now, there's sort of a plank there. Um, they're also asking for an existing portion of trail that runs along the wetland to be relocated upland to this pink location. At the last discussion, the commission wanted additional notes added to this plan about what is currently being proposed versus what the trail committee future plans are. So this other boardwalk here that's over on the Eversource property that's now labeled potential future. And this work here is what's being requested under tonight's request. We've also got a narrative from Sean going a little bit more into what those future and current plans are, as well as what exactly the prep for the new trail would be, how wide it's going to be, etc. Hopefully,
Right.
that covered everything.
Yeah, I think so.
Okay. No, I looked through it. It looked good. I think this is the level of detail we were looking for, unless anyone on the commission has any additional questions or comments at this point in time. We'll open it up. No? Anyone from the public have any questions or comments? All right, hearing none, can I get a motion to issue, issue an exemption for this project?
This is Ed. I'll make that motion.
I'll
Can I-
second.
All
I'll
right,
second.
all in favor, Matt,
Aye.
Jim,
Aye.
Ed?
Aye.
I am also an aye. And Peggy, we do have a quorum, so you don't need to vote on anything tonight, being your first meeting, unless you would like to. So,
I will abstain,
Okay.
since you don't need me, so, and I'll just listen.
Great, thanks. All right, so Trails Committee, you're all set.
Excellent. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, good luck with the project.
Will do.
All right, next up we have Legacy Farms Road project change request continuation. So I think where we left off with this one was for Joe, you were looking at the information that was provided to address your comments, giving that a review. So I'll turn it to you, I think, and see how it looks.
All right, thank you. I did have a chance to go through the most recent information submitted, and I think the vast majority of my comments were adequately addressed. I had a couple of items that I had noted regarding the table, which was revised. I did note that the as-built fill totals were equal to or less than the approved fill totals at each interval, which I don't know if that was pointed out previously, but that is as it should be. We had commented that the commission may want a qualified engineer to review the calculations. The applicant responded that doesn't believe additional review is warranted. That's for the Conservation Commission to discuss if they feel any additional review is required. The applicant provided information on why there was a difference between the required compensatory flood storage under the bylaw and under the WPA. And I think the commission or the response addresses that. I think the commission should discuss if they had any more questions on that regarding the Corps of Engineers permit that was discussed at the last meeting, which initially had additional fill, and that fill was removed, but the compensatory flood storage was apparently not updated accordingly. We had recommended that the report for the monitoring report for the inspections were required to be conducted twice a year, and it wasn't apparent if that had been done. And we continue to recommend that the report be updated to include the dates that site visits were conducted. Also recommending that the report include photos of the habitat features that were monitored at the time of those inspections. There was a slight change in the habitat evaluation, the habitat mitigation as far as installation of 3 nest boxes rather than some snags. I think it's a relatively minor item, but the commission may want to discuss that further. The stem count of the willows that were planted along the stream was quite a bit lower than what was recommended. About 87% of the stems were not located. I know there was good density of shrubs along the stream when we did the quick site inspection. I don't know if the commission would like the applicant to provide any further information on the observed mortality. I think there was probably drought related, and they were live stakes, which don't typically survive quite as often, and they're also hard to count and find afterwards. But just more or less pointing out that there were 87% of the number proposed were not located during the inspections. I think the final item was that on the M2 down gradient BVW determination form, there was an apparent error on the forms, and we recommend that the corrected forms be submitted for the record. But I think overall, with respect to the compensatory flood storage, I don't have any real major outstanding items, and just a few of those minor items with respect to updating the monitoring report for the habitat features and the inspection dates.
Okay. Thank you, Joe. Mark Arnold, I think I see you on the call.
Yes.
Yes, okay. I guess we'll jump first to the comment on updating the forms, kind of the clerical things, the monitoring report, adding
Yep.
those dates and
So,
site photos. Is that
yeah, so
you?
all the clerical questions on the report, dates, information, we can definitely include everything we have. We may not have photos of everything, but we'll definitely add in whatever Joe's asked for in terms of additional data there. So all those comments will be addressed as just part of an amended monitoring report just to clarify that. And then in 2026, we'll make sure that we're covering all these things very closely with a little more detail going forward. This was really kind of the first big kind of report coming through. There's a lot of information, a lot of detail. Thank you for Joe for sorting that out. So that's that in terms of that. So the live staking thing, as Joe pointed out, it's hard to locate them. The area is very robust. We proposed the live stakes there just because we knew that was really the only viable kind of stream area that we had in the mitigation areas that could use live stakes versus elsewhere. And so we moved them from other mitigation areas here. High mortality is expected usually. That's why you put so many in. I mean, you don't put 300 shrubs along a bank, but you put 300 live stakes because you're expecting extremely high mortality. But at that density, you still get a lot to take. So even if we had 620 live stakes go in, we couldn't find 87%. I mean, 87 they were dead. So most likely we could have found more, but we didn't count the dead ones. We just counted the live ones. So high mortality, but as Joe also noted, the area is pretty dense already. So we don't think that going back and trying to hammer in more live stakes would really kind of add additional to that bank stability and its functions. So we do think the applicant has put a lot of effort into the expense of the purchase of that material and also the installation, which was quite a bit of cost there. And we think we've done our best to kind of support that area as well as, nature doing that for us as well previously.
Okay. I think that I follow that logic, and I think similar to other projects that have been established for a few years and have good density, I think that's meeting the intent of what we were looking for with reestablishing. So I think I'm comfortable with leaving that as it is and not planting any more stems. I'm also comfortable with the numbers as they're shown, and personally don't think we did an additional engineer review or review of the core permit or flood storage, but I'll open it up to others on the commission to see how we're feeling about this. If anybody has any concerns.
I concur, Melissa. I don't think additional review is needed.
Okay. Judy, let me ask you in regards to the clerical edits. How do you feel about those being made in the amended 2026 report as opposed to revising and resubmitting before we approve or conditionally approve the change?
No, I think either way works.
Okay.
Yeah. The report was kind of submitted separately from our floodplain thing. It's kind of two items. But
Okay.
again, if you wanted that report amended in the next week, we could definitely get it over to you. So it's on my list to get done by the end of the week. So either way, you'll have it very shortly with all that data.
Okay. I think that works for me. That being said, can I get a motion to approve the project change request as presented?
So move.
Can I get a second?
Second.
All in favor. Matt,
Aye.
Jim,
All right.
Ed,
Aye.
and myself, and I, and Peggy will have you abstain. All right, thank you for providing the additional detail so we could be comfortable with this one.
Absolutely, my pleasure. And we'll keep in touch closely with Judy as we come to the spring and the work proceeds. We'll make sure we're documenting carefully. We may do some pre-construction visits with Judy to make sure she's happy with the layout and everything. So we'll be in close coordination to make sure that she's happy with anything. And if anything comes up, I'm sure she'll let you know. Thank you.
All right.
Thank you.
Okay, I'm gonna jump up to the new hearings now. So we're at about 7:20. And I need to read this one. So here we go. The Hopkinton Conservation Commission will hold a public hearing on Tuesday, January 27th, 2026 at 7 p.m. virtually online to hear all persons interested in a request for determination of applicability filed by the town of Hopkinton for roadway improvements on the Loop Road with associated site work. Location, portion of 90 Hayden Row, portion of 104 Hayden Row. Okay. So this Loop Road improvements, I know we had kind of an informal discussion previously, but I will open it up to whoever is here representing the town to kind of give us an update if there are any changes and bring us up to speed on the current request or application.
Hi, yes, through the chair, Claire Hogebone, wetland scientist with LEC Environmental Consultants. We submitted the RDA on behalf of the applicant. You're correct, since we did informally discuss this project at the November 25th Conservation Commission meeting. And really, there hasn't been a material change in the proposed project. It's essentially maintenance, including a combination of mill and overlay that you see in the light gray on this plan sheet, and also full depth asphalt replacement, which is shown in dark gray. Portions of the work, actually a majority of the work, overlaps with resource areas, including riverfront area, and a series of buffer zones. We have the 100-foot buffer zone. Municipal buffer zones include the 25-foot no disturbance, the 35-foot no build, and a small portion of the 25-foot no disturb to a potential vernal pool in this portion of the site as well. The only change that we really did since the November meeting was a member of the public expressed some interest in creating a little opening at the multi-use path in the northwestern portion of the loop road. So proposed conditions there will include a sloped berm to allow for bicycle access to the multi-use trail. I think other than that, no changes to the rest of the project. We received Joe's report from Lucas Environmental on Friday and reviewed that, and I don't think we have any major concerns with the comments. We're requesting a negative determination for the exempt project. I understand Joe agreed with that under the Wetlands Protection Act, and he has a comment for the bylaw, so I'm just happy to pass it back off to the commission, and we can discuss that as Joe reviews his report.
Okay, great, thank you. I'll turn it over to Joe then.
All right, I did get out and take a look at the site and did walk the wetland line, particularly where it was close to any proposed work. Took a look at that and was in general agreement with the delineation. There were two locations where I just wanted to mention. One is from flags E11 to E13. Between E11 and E12 and E12 and E13, it looks like the wetland actually bumps up maybe 2 feet from a line between those flags, which is pretty minor, I realize, but it's the point where work is very close, where the road is very close to the wetland line. So I just recommend that the applicant verify that the limit of work in that area will not be within 2 feet of the delineated boundary. It looks like on the site plans it's at least 4 feet. So would also recommend caution in installing any erosion control barrier in that location. The other location was flags M1 and from M1 and M2. It looked to me that the wetland actually continues north, more or less parallel to Loop Road, which doesn't impact the project in any way other than extending the buffer zone further along the road. So the buffer zone numbers might not be quite right. With respect to the exempt activity under the Wetlands Protection Act, I do believe that it meets that exemption. However, one of the requirements of that exemption is that no work on the drainage system is performed. And I don't think any work on the drainage system is performed, but there is a reference on page 6 of the project narrative reference is made to catch basin improvements, and just recommend that the applicant describe what the catch basin improvements are proposed to be. With respect to the bylaw exemption, it applies also, but on any pre-existing lot of record as of the time of the bylaw. Would recommend that the applicant just provide information that the lot was pre-existing at the time of the bylaw to meet that exemption. There were some issues with the BVW determination forms. Some errors which actually resulted in or could result in changes in the conclusions as far as wetland or upland. However, that said, I don't have any issues with the delineation other than what I had mentioned. On the site plan, on sheet C 1.2, there's a parking area labeled add alternate. And it wasn't apparent, yeah, that was it right there. Wasn't apparent on the plan notes or legend what is proposed at that location. It's a different shade than the full pavement removal or the milling. So I wasn't sure what was proposed there. And the if any disturbance is proposed there, the buffer zone line should probably extend to show the full extent of the buffer zone, but they're not going to result in any impact to a wetland. It's just a buffer zone location issue. The last thing I would recommend is that any plans that are approved be dated just as a matter of record. I think that covers my comments.
Okay, thank you, Joe. Claire, do you want to respond to any of those at this point in time?
Sure, yes. I was just taking some notes on a few that I wanted to talk through. Just one with the catch basin improvements. I believe we talked about it a bit in November. We don't necessarily need to structurally improve any of the stormwater management infrastructure. It's just cleaning out any sediment or debris that's accumulated in the catch basins that will be a part of the contractor's scope while they're in the work area. So it would just be limited to that. The timeframe for the bylaw exemption, I was looking into that further because 104 Hayden Row and 90 Hayden Row were acquired by the town in 1996 for the purpose of building the school complex. And I was looking back into the Registry of Deeds because I believe I went through this exercise for Hopkins Elementary when we were working on that project a few years ago. And sure enough, there are plans on the Registry of Deeds for both of those parcels. 104, the largest one, is dated January 11th, 1996, with the parcel in its current configuration. And 90 Hayden Row is September 25th, 1996. So any plans prior to that, I haven't really been able to dig up quite yet. But it appears, at least with 104 Hayden Row, my presumption is that either the lot was in its current configuration at the time of the bylaw being adopted on May 2nd, 1995. It was either in its current form or it was a couple of parcels that were, consolidated into one for the purpose of transferring the land to the school. So I don't know if that in itself could be enough of an explanation that I could provide all of the plans and the deeds to the commission for your records, or if you want me to look further into that to meet the bylaw exemption.
Okay. Yeah, my gut feeling is that we should go ahead and do the homework on that. Does anyone else have thoughts? No. Okay. Just to make sure we're we're following procedure there.
Mhm.
Okay. Um, as far as this add alternate on the screen, do you want to describe what's going on there?
Yeah, I might ask Steve Powers with Samiotis to chime in on this one since he prepared the plans for this.
Sure. Thanks, Claire. Can everybody hear me?
Yes.
Through the chair to the commission, Joe, thank you for the comments. As far as the ad alternate goes, we've set that aside. That was not part of the basic scope that we were looking at. We were just looking at mill and overlay or full depth replacement of the entire loop road. We were trying to leave the parking lots out of it. We wanted to include this area as it is right across from some of the ball fields as an ad alternate. So if there is some budget left, we would be looking at it either as a full depth replacement or a mill and overlay. We have not fully made a determination one way or the other whether we're going to do it. If there is an issue with the we understand the buffer zones and the wetlands flagging does not extend all the way through to get a full idea, especially on the southern side of the parking lot there. Then we can certainly remove it. But the intent was just a mill overlay or full depth replacement. We did move forward and install or propose to install the compost filter socks along with the silt fence in case we do decide to do anything. That's pretty short money, and they're going to be installing it for the entirety of the loop road anyways. And then from there, we'd be restriping it exactly how it is now. So that is the intent of the ad alternate. We just didn't know if we had the funds to be able to move forward with it. And we can certainly, if the commission allows it, we can certainly just elaborate on that more. I agree, the note is a little vague. In our heads, we knew what we were doing, but we are conveying this to the commission as well.
Okay. Yeah, I think if you can just describe that ad alternate as, either whether it's because you're already doing both of those things on the road, just that it's going to be one or the other, full depth or overlay and it's within the existing footprint, I think is the important thing there with the road
Absolutely.
minerals. Yeah.
There'd be no expansion, correct.
Okay. And Joe had noted about the catch basin. Joe, you said there was a note on the plan about catch basin improvements. And I know Claire described it's just cleaning, but maybe we can, if we're revising the plans anyway, maybe we can tweak that note.
So on mute. I'm not sure. I thought we covered it in the plans, but we can certainly go back and double check. It might have been something in the narrative where instead of catch basin improvements, it was, catch basin cleaning or, the conveyance system.
Yeah, it was noted, I think on page 6, it's noted as catch basin improvements.
Okay.
Was a little vague, I thought, as far as
Yep. You're 100% correct. But I do believe it's covered in the plan view. We'll make sure we add additional.
Okay. And while you're making that plan edit, will you also be able to address the flag Joe was referencing that's within a couple feet of the road?
We can absolutely do that. I wasn't sure exactly where it was. Claire, did you take a note on which flags those were? Because we can just go over it tomorrow and we can make that adjustment.
Yes. So there's the M series there, and Joe, you said that it essentially continued parallel with the road, in your opinion?
Yeah, from somewhere in the area of M1, M2 at the north end there, it runs more or less parallel north to the road.
Okay. Considering the significant amount of snow cover we have, I think it would be difficult for us to identify a more accurate depiction of this M series and I think the E series as well. Joe had 3 flags over there. Is there a note that the commission would prefer we include, or maybe just an approximate dashed line to depict it on the plan?
Yeah, I think a note is fine to capture that. Joe, you were just looking to verify that the work's not within 2 feet.
That's in the other, yeah, and in the M series, there's work is nowhere close to that, and the line is just a buffer zone would extend a
Oh,
little
okay.
to the north. The area where it's close is the E flags, E 11, 12, and 13, where
Okay.
the wetland is right next to the edge of the road, essentially.
Okay, so maybe for this we can just say that we're not approving
Or
the
it
wetlands.
possibly, if sorry, through the chair, uh, if there was a way that a note to state that no work would be done within 2 feet of that delineated line. I think as it's proposed, it looks like the limited work is about 4 feet from the line.
Okay.
So
Okay. Does anyone on the commission have any other questions, comments? Anyone from the public? Okay, I don't see any. So I think if you're okay with continuing to make those few changes, then February 10th is our next meeting. We could probably get this wrapped up.
Yeah, that sounds great. We'll request a continuance to the following meeting.
Okay. Can I get a motion to continue this out to February 10th?
Moved.
Second?
I'll second.
All right, all in favor, Matt,
Aye.
Jim,
All right.
Ed,
Aye.
and I am also an aye.
Thank you
Great.
very much.
All right,
Yep.
thank you.
All right, next up we have 37 Oakhurst Road, notice of intent, continuation for after the fact lakefront work. It's been a little while since we've talked about 37 Oakhurst. So, Judy, can you kind of bring us up to speed on this application?
Sure. So the last time this application was discussed was October 7th of last year. And then just to bring Peggy up to speed, this was a situation where there was unpermitted work at a lakefront property at Lake Maspinock. So the homeowner was asked to file for a permit to document the unpermitted work as well as get approval for any additional work that the homeowner wanted to do. At the time of the October meeting, there were outstanding comments from both Joe and DEP that the commission wanted responses to. Commission also wanted a breakdown of existing impervious surface as well as current and proposed impervious to get a sense for what is being done and what is being approved after the fact. And folks wanted the DEP and Lucas Environmental comments addressed prior to making any decisions on allowing the homeowner to finish the work that is currently under construction. I think it took a little while to get certain measurements because of the water levels in the lake. So I think that's why things took a little while to get together. But we have Dave Marquidon as well as the homeowner on the line to kind of go over what the most recently submitted materials include.
Thanks, Judy. Dave,
Good evening. Hi.
hello.
Oh, which Dave? Mr. Marquidon or myself? We're both Daves.
Whoever wants to
I'm gonna give it to Dave.
Yeah, I'll go first.
okay.
Thank you.
After Judy's in fact right. After our last meeting, we had to go back to the site to clarify a few things. to get some elevations that the state was requiring. So kind of in short, what we did on sheet number 1, which is the sheet that is sheet number 2, but the previous sheet, there we go. We had identified what we thought were the features, the porches, the decks with numbers. We had labeled the retaining walls existing. Existing buildings were hatched. The board sent us away requesting those impervious calculations. We had done kind of 3 calculations, impervious for the lot for year 19 existing prior 2019 to 25 and 25. We did impervious calculations for the 50 year inside the 50-foot buffer. And then Judy reminded me yesterday that the board was looking for figures from 0 to 25. We had provided those this morning. So in gathering our retaining wall information and floor elevations of the pond, Lake Maspinock, we verified one of the retaining walls, which we call it retaining wall number 1A, which is on the right rear corner of the property. We had previously indicated that wall had got moved into the lake after serious conversations with David Holmes regarding trying to verify and clarify the location of wall number 1 in the existing dock. We went out and relocated retaining wall number 1A, which is existing today. David Holmes very strongly knows for a fact that he did not change that wall. He only refaced that wall. We did verify the location, and that's plotted correctly as shown on all 3 sheets, labeled as wall 1A. The same on the existing dock that you see on that drawing, at the top of that drawing. In 2019, it was unsafe for us to even think about locating that dock. It was tipped significantly. So we had located the dock that's there currently, and David definitely has made it clear that that dock is the same as it was in 19. So we did our calculations for the different assignments on the different numbers on values for the lot. In a quick comparison from year 2019 to 2025 for the lot itself, there's a reduction of 809 square feet. Values inside the 50-foot buffer, there's a reduction of 667 square feet. And the values today that were generated for the buffer out to 25 is a reduction of 155 square feet. We also went back through our notes on the building extent of number 5 and stand by that location. Our notes, as you can see on that drawing, building number 5 snugs up to upper deck number 4. The value of building number 5 is what's specified on the drawing at 491 square feet. And then deck number 4 is its own. So moving forward to the proposed condition, I guess, is there any questions regarding the extents of the 2019 plan to date? We're trying to establish to make sure that we have the correct baseline in our comparisons from year 19 and 20. Does the board have any concerns as to what's currently shown on this drawing?
I don't think I do. I appreciate you going through and identifying all these values because it's very helpful for me to see this. Does anyone have any questions? I don't want to speak for everyone. It's a lot of detail to look at. Okay. I think
Can I
we're
move?
okay at this point, Dave, so you can keep going.
Perfect. Okay. So previously the flood zone had been added. It's a converted flood zone. The limits have been shown and the associated buffer has been shown. After we left last time, we had a smaller, we are proposing 2 planting areas. Plant number 1 on the left-hand side of 62 square feet. Plant number 2, in talking with David, David has decided to remove an additional 188 square feet of patio on the north side of the existing shed. That's that hatched area there between the shed and Lake Maspinock. So we're removing 188 square feet. We're replacing a small strip on the north side of the shed with a crushed stone apron of 2 feet by 14 feet. So the total planting area has been increased by 91 square feet to a total of 245 square feet. Same type native plants are being proposed as the remainder of the 2 beds. So we're sort of in compliance with the native species. David Holmes, adjacent to the western edge of planting bed number 2, we have an existing patio, a proposed patio. It's existing now. David, through the enforcement order, was not able to finish and square off the patio. He's proposing to finish off the patio, which is another 14 or so square feet. So I guess one of the questions that the state had requested was verification of some of the heights on the retaining walls in 19 and in 25. So in both cases, we are either at exact flood zone converted is elevation 352.9. So our highest wall is at 352.9. The remainder of the property is underneath the flood. So there's ample spots where floodwaters would be able to go over the wall and seek its course of action. So a couple of other comments that I just wanted to mention. I think there was a question about dock number 9 on sheet number 1. Both docks, we had 3 docks originally back in 19. The dock that's straight at the top of the page. We had a dock that is parallel to that retaining wall number 1A. Thank you. And then we had another dock, number 9, number 8, that extends kind of a up and down north-south direction. No elevations were ever obtained on that particular dock, and that the eastern side of dock number 9 was sort of a ramp. I think there was a comment that maybe one of those docks was underwater. It could be. I never got an elevation on it, so I could never do a comparison of it. Regardless of that, we've removed those dock number 8 and dock number 9. So therefore, we're sort of reduced. The state had a question about shading of the water, so we've done a reduction. We have a reduction in the shading of 52%. So I know that we do fully intend all said and done, to file with Chapter 91. And as part of that process, we do have to give a copy to the immediate abutters, municipalities, and certainly conservation is on that list. So certainly we'll provide that data when we have it. And then I think Joe had some comments. Scott Heim is also on the line. He and I are going to work together again on providing some detail on what Joe is looking for, some updated information on the bank requirement, land underwater, and the land subject to flooding. So we'll provide those in the very near future. All the same information has gone to the state, and we've CC'd Judy and Anna as well as part of the process. I think that's kind of where we're at.
Okay. All right. Joe, do you have anything to add to what Dave said? Any comments that he didn't mention that you want to bring up that weren't addressed?
And I think he covered it pretty well. I did have a couple of comments, as he noted, on clarification of the length of bank on the property and the location of bank, location of land underwater. A couple of minor items. There was an area that we had initially noted there was some minor erosion, and they've replied that it appears stabilized, which is probably the case, but I just pointed out that I can't confirm that. With respect to the plantings, I think the density and the species are appropriate. And with respect to the comments from DEP, some of which mirrored some of our comments, as was stated, it looks like any floodwaters could reach, would not be prevented from reaching the flood elevation by the walls, as there's, in the beach area, the water would seek its elevation at that point and get around the walls if necessary. And the Chapter 91 issue was addressed. And let's see. Yeah, I think that pretty much covers my comments. I think those were all touched on by Dave.
Okay, great. Judy, do you have anything to add?
Nope.
Okay. I do appreciate the impervious area calculations. To me, it's important to see that the proposed condition is reducing the impervious area especially in the 25. We're encouraging that in the lakefront on all properties, to try and reduce impervious area and put in plantings. So I think that's definitely some positive mitigation for work being done here. So thank you for that. Let's see. I would say that, so this is a notice of intent. So whatever we approve here are things that the applicant could do or not do after a notice of intent is approved versus, and an enforcement order where, we're requiring something to be done. So I think it would be worth just discussing for a minute with the commission, what exactly, we're considering under the notice of intent, and then what might need to fall under an enforcement order if we think that's the path an enforcement order is, having to be done because of the impervious surfaces that were worked on here under the proposed condition. So I don't know, Judy, if you can bring up the plan that has the proposed work on it, or there's the red line that shows both, which is a little hard to read, but is maybe helpful. So in this case, Judy, procedurally, would we approve all of the work under the notice of intent and potentially issue an enforcement order for anything that we require to be done in order to finish the project?
Yeah, through the chair, I would recommend including if the commission chooses to issue an order of conditions, including structures you're allowing to remain, as well as any new work that the homeowner wants to do. So squaring off that patio is really the request. And then I would suggest all of the plantings and the patio reduction be done under an enforcement order. The order of conditions gives someone permission to do something, whereas an enforcement order requires them to perform a certain action. So that is my suggestion.
Okay. And I guess to be clear, I don't know, we still have the few outstanding comments that need to be addressed. And I think we need to do that before we can actually take a vote on the notice of intent. But I'll just open up to the commission if anyone has questions or comments on what's being proposed here and what we like or don't like, if we're happy with what's being shown on this plan, so that, the next time this comes in front of us, we can have everything addressed. I'd like to get anything out on the table at this point.
Sure.
So just ask commission members if the mitigation that's shown here with the plantings and the extent of the patio improvements looks acceptable.
To the chair,
Yes, Matt.
can I get a little more clarity on the changes that were made from the pre-existing beach area to what exists out there today? It looks substantially wider than what was on the property in 2019.
Yeah, either Dave want to take that question?
I honestly don't know the extent of the beach left or right of the two retaining walls shown there in black near the beach area. I honestly don't remember. There was, not to get into the trash thing, but I don't know the limits of the beach exactly in 19. I would have to refer that to David Holmes if David recollects where that was in relation to that vertical wall that goes, we call 3A, up and down the page. Do you have any feedback, David?
At the time, like when I hired Mark on to do the plan in 2019, it was more to decide whether I was going to build a new home or work with the existing. And so his focus was not really the water, but I did offer the 2019 plan for you guys so you could reference that in these discussions. And David, maybe Bill confirm these numbers. These came from you that we did remove 2,165 square feet of impervious structures from the property. To go back in history, the previous owner treated it like it was a Superfund site. I removed oil tanks, propane tanks, gasoline tanks, car engines. He buried his trash, so on and so forth. The left side also caved in, and nothing but trash was on that left side. So to say exactly where it was is really hard for me to even recall, and for David as well. Everything else, as you see from the patios, things like that, were all pre-existing. I was working closely with the building department, and back then even talking with the conservation up on the third floor office about the site. So everything I've done was under the watchful eye of the town. So to answer Matt, I'm sorry, I do not recall exactly the line, but I also want to let you know that it was not egregiously, expanded for my own personal use. So even the new no, it was not a new well, it's patio stone, but on the right side where we're doing all those plantings, that was a shed that went right down to the water, and there was an old ramp in there that I removed during this time when the retaining wall started caving in. And there's some confusion on this 14 square feet area. There was a patio there. It caved in when the retaining wall, that section caved in. And so I treated it like a repair, and I called the landscapers, and instead of going to you guys first, which I do apologize. But the end result of this, I did remove 2,100 square feet of impervious space. I did not encroach. I did not add. I did not build new walls. Did not build bars. Nothing. So everything you see is I've took away and cleared. I removed 30 dumpsters of trash from this property. He buried everything up 2 feet above the sill line in this house. He was a very sick individual. So if you talk with Mike Shepard or Chuck, they will also tell you the same thing. So I worked very closely with you guys throughout this whole process, and my neighbors. And so I'm very happy to do these plantings and everything else you're requesting of me. But to know exactly, draw a line in the sand and say, where is that? I don't recall. Nor does David, because our focus at that time in 19 was more to see if I had to determine a building envelope for the property.
Understood. So just if I hear what you're saying, if I understand this plan correctly, there's a note in the top right-hand corner that says the items in black are the locations from 2019 and 2020. Walls 3A and 4A, those were there in 2019 or 2020, correct?
I know the wall on the right side, because I encapsulated that because that was falling in. So that's a newer wall, 2020. The wall to the right that caved in was existing, and there's a old dock there. The wall to the left was caved in, and we removed the trash. I mean, that's all I can recollect, honestly.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, Melissa, the way I'm viewing the plan, and I don't know if you see it the same way, but it looks like we have a new wall in red that's, call it 10 to 15 feet further to plan west than the existing wall.
Yep.
And looking at the aerials, that area used to be, or appeared to be, some type of vegetated area. So the gist of what I'm getting at here is looking at 2019, 2020, I understand there's a bunch of impervious that's been removed, but it also appears a bunch of vegetated areas along the lakefront have also been removed. and either replaced with beach or patio. So I know Ted's not here. I'm sort of speaking in his absence on this
Yep.
front, knowing his sense and his input on other projects. I think this project is probably lacking in terms of plantings, both location and count, particularly given the loss of those vegetated buffers between the developed area and the lakefront.
Mhm.
You mean back in prior to 2019, was that a vegetative area?
It appears to have been, looking at old aerials.
No.
I can't say with any certainty other than
I pulled old carpets out of it. Oh, refer to the pictures I sent Judy in beginning of October and September. You'll notice countless pictures of trash removed from that side alone. No, there was no, it was trash.
Yeah, I think this is that part of the story isn't depicted on the plan because it can't be. It does portray a situation that I agree with you, Matt. It looks like the beach was expanded and that previous mulch planter was cut in half almost. Um, losing some of that filtering action that we're looking for, buffering against the lake. I do appreciate the removal of trash and cleanup of the property for sure, but I think also right now the commission is looking at the long-term effects of stormwater runoff on the lake and going forward, and trying to make sure that we're taking measures to have long-term lasting um, practices in place to kind of help the water quality, um, as opposed to, the one-time removal of trash is fantastic, but we're looking at it big picture as well into the future and trying to make improvements on these type of properties where we can.
No, I do understand that, and that's why I do, even though that's not on my property, but my abutter would agree, it would allow me to do that, put a planting bed there on that wall. Even the the fact that I did remove 2,100 square feet of impervious areas has significantly impacted the quality of the lake. So, you just need to talk to my neighbors too, because even the water all around us is much nicer now. So, I'm happy to do the plantings to the right behind the shed, even though there was a shed that went all the way to the water there, that was removed. So, I'm happy to add, the buffer along the walls, um, and anything else. But yeah, you know, I'm, I'm getting at a loss as far as what
So,
else I can do with you guys. I've been more than willing to work with you every step of the way. And here we are like 6 months later, well, over 6 months, going on almost a year now.
yep.
And I would like to think about spring is around the road. I would like to try to order these plants as soon as possible because Mr. Marquardt said that he checked for me and he found a place that has these shrubs. So I'd like to get an order on those. And I would like to repair the damage that was done from the old wall that caved in.
Right.
So I don't know. I'd like to move forward with you guys as much as possible.
Agreed. We'd like to move forward too. Um, the total for the plantings That's about 307 square feet, those two areas added together. Looks like.
307, yep.
All right,
307.
so we have a reduction of, you're saying 2,000 square feet of impervious area across the property.
2,165.
Through the chair.
Yes, yep.
Not to interrupt your flow, but I'm looking at the plans right now. I'm really having a hard time understanding where this 2,100 number is coming from, because I see an impervious values 2019, 2020 of 7379 and an impervious values 2025 of 6570. That's not 2,100 square feet. That's 809 square feet. So I apologize if I missed something, but those are the numbers I'm seeing on the plan here.
The old dock to the left side was 900 square feet. The upper dock right side was 144 square feet. The shed to the water was 600 square feet. The greenhouse was 64 square feet. The recent removal of the dock and ramp was 275 square feet. In my own calculations, I came up with 19,883 square feet. And so when the last time we met, the Marquardons calculated out to be 2,165.
Dave, Mark.
Melissa?
Yep, go
Yes.
ahead.
I have a question. Over by Judy, on page number 2, over by planting area number 1. If David Holmes and myself went back and thought about that particular area, how would with David Holmes's approval, I'm just sort of scheming at this point, that existing wash stone area, kind of to the northeast of planting area number 1. If we were able to devise and expand on planting area number 1, that new additional planting area would have to be slightly higher than existing grade. How would the board feel, and how do you think the state would feel if we created or enlarged planting area number 1, but at a different elevation, and then contain that planting area with a small little rock retaining wall to provide more mitigation? How would the board and the state receive that proposal to have a raised planting bed that wasn't there prior? Would the board be in favor of something like that? If David Holmes approved it?
I would be okay with that.
I think, using the same logic as before, the water can get up and around that planting bed through the beach. So
yeah,
I feel like that would be acceptable. Does it definitely have to be a raised planting bed, do you think? Or can you just vegetate, like take that stone out and
yeah, that's pretty low right there. I don't know if we could go deeper. We'd have to go up. And that corner of that retaining wall that's sitting right there where the retaining wall meets the washed stone area on the northwest corner of that stone area, if we sort of took off from there and not go right to the water's edge, but use the limits, maybe not go as high as the stone limits, but a little bit away from the water, but try to convert that into the bed.
Mhm.
I don't think we can put it at the same elevation.
Through the chair,
Yes, Joe.
I was wondering, possible thought about maybe some kind of a planting like a button bush or something like that, which can survive being inundated and that would survive the drawdown also, could potentially go in there.
I don't know that type of plant. We could look at that, but I still think it needs to be raised a little bit. I don't know if there's how much it needs for a root structure, but I think we have to go a little bit higher. And what I mean by higher, it could be as little as, 6 or 7 inches. Something minimal.
They can survive a couple feet of flooding for prolonged periods.
I think it's definitely worth looking into,
Okay.
Dave, and seeing if there's places where can expand those plantings a little bit, kind of with the mindset that we're looking to, offset that impervious area with planting
Yep.
beds as opposed to lawn and, things like this, and
Yep.
build up that filter strip. And like Matt said, as far as the plans on paper look, it, looks like the beach area was expanded, so that's kind of a, expansion of into the resource area use. That would be appreciated, and I think would go a long way.
That area was always a kind of a trouble area originally
Hmm.
until I was able to control all the water and dry wells and erosion control and everything else. So back in the day, I put rocks there and everything else. So yeah, to have it raised, going from that one section, that proposed area one, and even loop that around to the corner where that little plus sign is. I honestly don't really have a problem with that because I think it would honestly be better if we ever had that 100-year rainstorm or something and it ever did create a problem again. I mean, I've basically have done everything possible to get the water away from the house and the sides and everything else. So in the last 4 years, I've never had a problem in that area. So, but I do think that can't hurt, to have something. I'm not opposed to that. That'd be fine with me too.
Okay. Yeah, I
Yeah.
think one of the conditions that I would think about including with the notice of intent is, that the beach not be uh expanded, obviously, not be renourished, not be, bring more sand in or anything like that. We don't want those type of activities
Mhm.
going on. So that being said, the sand that's there is there. So any plantings that you can do, to keep that stable and slow down that water that's going to be running over the sand is gonna help you out too, and just keeping that area stable. So I think
Sure.
protecting it with plantings, bushes, as opposed to just um, lawn has a few different co-benefits.
Okay.
Um,
Yeah.
is the house have roof leaders? Does it splash to the ground surface right now?
No, both Mike and Chuck recommend me do dry wells. So
Yep.
all the
Okay.
gutters go to offsite, like gutters
Underground. Yeah.
underground. Yes, thank you.
Okay. Yeah, no, that's great.
Yeah.
That's good.
Yeah.
Is that noted on the plan, Dave Marquardt?
No, I'm not aware of where that would be. So,
I think
uh,
it might be worth just putting that on the plan too. I think that's helpful information because um, knowing that the roof runoff is going into the ground
okay,
for the homeowner to know where those infiltration basin or infiltration units are for, maintenance and making sure that that's um stays in place going into the future.
Mhm.
I think that's definitely mitigation and benefit to the property.
Okay. Yeah, I honestly don't know the location of those dry wells. They were never marked. So, I know that's where they go, but The previous landscaper that did them, I also had to fire him and never got around to locating those things. So I know they're there. I know they're working, but I don't know where they are. I mean, I know they're off to the sides. Like I know there's one somewhere down where it says existing concrete pad. I know there's another one, to the right
Yep.
there. But I do not know where they are.
Yeah, maybe if you can do a little digging or looking in approximate locations or something on the plan, just to kind of memorialize that. I mean, you might know where they are, but for a future owner, getting it on the plan, I think is a good idea
Yeah,
for
no,
awareness and yeah.
I agree. I've always thought that too. It's more under, when that house it was just I don't know. You can talk to Mike and Chuck about it. They'll tell you more, but it was just really it was a nightmare, honestly.
Yeah.
30 dumpsters. Oh, shit. So, sorry.
Okay.
Yep.
That sounds good. I think we can work with that. So, are you amenable to continuing out to our February 10th meeting? Does that sound good? Dave,
What about ordering shrubs and trying to line up landscapers and things like that? Would I have permission from you guys to go ahead and order shrubs, at least on the proposed areas to the right?
Yeah,
I just don't want to lose my opportunity. You know what I mean? If I can't get them, if I wait another month again, I don't want to lose
yeah,
them.
no, I think you could go ahead and place orders. We're definitely going to look for at least, what you have shown here. So I don't have a
Okay,
problem with
I
that.
appreciate that. Thank you.
Yeah.
What would be your next meeting after the 10th? The reason why I say that is that the state is backed up quite heavily on some other
Yeah.
stuff that we have, and it's very
February
difficult to get
24th?
comments.
Yeah, February.
24th?
Yep.
Yep, I would suggest we do the 24th.
Okay. Can I get a motion to continue to February 24th?
Before we do that, Melissa,
Yes.
do we feel like we've provided enough direction on expectations for the plans for the 24th so we can make that a productive hearing?
That's a good question, Matt. Does anyone have any additional requests or comments? Obviously, we made the general comment that we'd like to see some more planting bed areas and like to see the roof infiltration documented on the plan.
Through the chair.
Yes, Jill.
I guess the question that the commission is okay with the retaining walls being the PIB, or if there are other PIB proposed.
I'm okay with that. I think that's consistent
I'm
with
okay with that.
done.
Absolutely.
Same.
Okay. Any other thoughts? Should also open it up to the public and see if anyone has comments.
Through the chair.
Yes, Judy.
We did receive comments from an abutter. They're saved in the public file, mostly concerning labeling of certain features on the 2019 plan. So those are there for the commission's review. Whether you want anything adjusted per the abutter's comments or any feedback on them.
Right, I do remember seeing that in the file.
I have a couple comments to that.
Sure, Dave.
So I sort of hit on some of those during the brief explanation. Building number 5, unit back in 2019, the long hatched area did not fully extend and connect to the deck number 2. It was under a portion of deck number 4. She also had a comment about existing dock number 8 near retaining wall number 1A that might have been underwater. stated earlier that we had no elevation, so it could have been underwater regardless. Those two docks have been removed. The rubber surface number 12, I remember that section was pellets. It was hard to scuff away with your foot. It was at least 2, 3, 4 inches deep. She claims there might have been plastic underneath it. I couldn't attest to whether there was plastic or not. All I could say that there were rubber pellets. They were red, for whatever reason, painted. If they come painted, or he painted them, previous person. And then I guess, and then lastly, dock number 9, on the eastern edge of dock number 9, was a ramp, like might have been 6 or 8 feet long. So the deck on the left side, the west side, was level, and then as you get to the east, as you go to the east towards number 8, it went down a ramp. So those are some of the just kind of the comments, I think, well documented. I think we've, building number 5 and the 2 docks, and then the ramp and the rubber sheeting, we acknowledge all of that, and I think we show that.
Okay, is the rubber surface counted as impervious?
Yes. Yep.
Yes. Okay. And then that last line, majority of work done outside the property line and into Lake Maspinock. How is all of that calculated? That's included in your calculations, everything.
Yeah, that's in the latest one that Judy had recommended,
Yep.
asked that we do for the 25-foot buffer, and was slightly less.
Through the chair, this is Ed.
Yes, Ed.
I've been sitting here very quietly, trying to take this in. And this closing sentence in this email is what I've been looking at, trying to comprehend how stuff that's happening that's not even on the owner's property figures into all of this. I'm very lost, and I need someone to make me feel better, as Ted might say.
The area between the property line and what's in Lake Maspinock, and
Yeah,
yeah.
I mean, that's all we're talking about.
Yep. I know, I mean, this happens, I think, on all these properties to varying degree. This is an extreme example, I think, of the amount of work that's beyond the property line and has historically been there. I don't know, Joe or Judy, do you have any comments on that? I mean, all of our orders say that, you need to get permission and approval, from whatever other agencies or groups to do the work. So we're not necessarily permitting work on other entities' property, but we're looking at it just from the resources that we're protecting. I don't know if you have any additional thoughts, Judy or Joe.
And through the chair, if I could interject one last thing, I do not mean to imply that the owner put this there.
Yep.
That I understand that it was there, but the question still remains.
Through the chair.
Yes, Judy.
Yeah, to my knowledge, nobody technically owns the lake itself, but it is managed by the state, so they'll at least have purview on what's been done and what's being proposed through Chapter 91 and through the wetlands permitting process. So I would think if they had qualms about what exactly was going on, they would at least have the opportunities to provide comment through both of those processes. But yeah, I mean, I think this is something we see a whole lot, and I don't have a great answer to either.
Through the chair, I would chime in the same. We do see it a lot on Lake Maspinock, and legally, I don't know the answer as far as the standing. I know that projects have been approved with this situation in the past, and it is pretty common.
Ed, I'm guessing that probably doesn't make you feel any better.
No, not exactly, but I think that, that I can say that what I see looks fine, even though I don't know that it's legal. I'm gonna, I don't think that we want to run the Concom's flag up this thing and say that, we agree with what's there. We might agree with what's on there, but we don't necessarily agree with what is there, if that makes sense.
No, I think it's a good point that we're, like I said, we're not giving permission to do this work outside of the property line. But we're
I'm fine with it. My neighbor's fine with it. The previous owner egregiously encroached on her property. You just have to look at the old plans, but so she is so on board with, you know, everything I've done. And so these things that we're discussing now, and even the plantings along that wall and all that, um, you know, she's on board with it. I know I'm gonna have to be the one to pay for it all. She's a retired librarian, and but she could have been more ecstatic that I removed that one upper deck, 900 square feet of decking that was encroached on her property. Um,
Yeah, I think
so
what
yeah,
we're
we'll go with that. I mean, there's history, of course, but it's all now, the previous owner really, had problems with both butters and abused both sidelines. And I made everything right. And you can talk to both butters now, and you'll find that we're all on the same page of better, beautifying the lake now.
right. I think the point that Ed's making in the letter that we're talking about is not between your abutting neighbors. It's from the property line that's shown there on the plan, property line shown on plan 1020 of 1951, between that property line beyond into the lake.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. Yep. My
Seemingly,
apologies. Yep.
right, because that's all, based on the property line, not on your property. So
Yes. Okay.
we're just speaking that we're not giving permission to do that. That's on you. That's on you.
Okay. I'm
We're
sorry.
not
Thank you.
allowing
All
that.
right. Yep.
Yeah. Um, so, all right, with that being said, does anyone have any additional direction or requests? Just to circle back to you, Matt. I mean, it's not a
Yeah.
clear amount of how much planting are we looking for, I guess.
Yeah.
Um,
My suggestion, and I'm just hearing Ted's voice in my head right now.
yeah.
My suggestion is like Ms. Markwadant said, that Washstone area, look at some additional plantings there. Over by the shed, the strip between the lawn and the lake seems very narrow, and there appears to be existing patio and walkway to nowhere when those plantings go in. That may be another opportunity to increase that buffer from the lawn to the lake, just for consideration. But I can see those being two sticking points at the next meeting, when the remainder of the commission's present.
Okay. All right, with that being said, can I get a motion to continue this one out to February 24th?
So moved.
Can I get a
This is
second?
Ed, I'll second.
All right, all in favor, Matt,
Aye.
Jim,
Aye.
Ed,
Aye.
I am also an aye. And Peggy, you want to abstain?
Aye.
Yep. Okay. Great.
Great. Thank you very much.
Yep. Thank you.
Thank you, guys. Go Pats.
All right. Next up, we have 47 Oakhurst Road. Notice of intent continuation.
Hey everyone, this is Andrew Tebow with Goddard.
Welcome back.
Thank you. Do you mind if I share my screen?
I don't mind.
Perfect. Thank you. Yes, at this point, I know the board is well familiar, so I figure I can share my screen and pan back and forth between the last plan and some of our recent updates.
Sure.
Should be all set, Andrew.
Perfect. Does this come up okay?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, great. Thank you, guys. To kick things off tonight, again, I do want to just say thanks to the commission one more time. I know we were last with you guys on January 6th. We had about a split down the middle on opinions if the previous work proposed was approvable under the bylaw. The commission ultimately voted to continue us out tonight and allow us to make a few more revisions. So we really did appreciate that gesture and hope that that helps us find some resolution here. So first up, I have the plan that we had at the last meeting, just to give a quick recap as I typically do. As I had said, we were last with the commission at the January 6th meeting. At that time, we had presented a few revisions to the project that we did not have previously. That was centered around the removal of the patio in this fire pit area to be replaced with crushed stone. That was about a 146 square foot reduction in patio. We had added a few more low bush blueberry plantings to slightly extend our planting area, and we had labeled the retaining wall as a PIB. And so at that point, that had given us about 189 square feet of patio that was still within the 25 foot that was seeking approval. We had about 840 square feet of mitigation. And as I had mentioned, it was a split decision that we were whether or not this was approvable under the bylaw, if we had met the request of the commission, and we ultimately continued out to this meeting to make further alterations. So at that meeting, I had asked the commission for a little bit more direction if we were looking for a complete reduction in patio, additional plantings, and the general conversation, only spark noting, not to speak for any specific commissioner, was that we needed to either see more reduction in patio or a combination of some reduction in patio, some additions of plantings, and then we again discussed the lakefront planting guidelines that the commission had shared with us. So that included the more sloped pathways, trying to limit straight shots to the lake, decrease of lawn cover, things of that nature. And so at the end of last week, we had submitted a revised site plan and mitigation plan that was intended to incorporate a few of those comments. So with this overlaid, I can kind of pan back and forth and show what's been added. But the first thing that we added was to remove additional patio that was on the lake side of the slot drain. When we were last here on January 6th, there was still some patio that was on the opposite side of the slot drain. So the way this would be designed is the vast majority would have flowed down and hit our slot drain and been delivered to the dry wells, but there was a bit that was on the other side of the slot drain, closer to the lake. We did propose to remove that in the same manner. Now this is about 65 square feet. So what this does is it now reduces the total patio within the 25 to only 124 square feet. And then I will make one more note on that upon reviewing this, Joe did provide an additional comment that there was some confusion of whether or not the steps down to the lake were permitted back in 2020 when that old minor project exemption was filed. The steps were intended to be built under that. It was discussed with the commission. So we did include that in our calculations to make sure that we're being conservative here. That way everything we ask for approval is included. But there was an intent to build these steps back in 2020. So if we do call those existing, that would be 40 square feet that was already there. So that would bring the numbers down to about 84 square feet. So we're in the ballpark of 84 square feet to 124 square feet if we want to be conservative for patio that now seeks approval. And what we did is we also added additional planting areas, and I modified the mitigation plan a little bit. If I pan back to the January 6th plan, what we were doing is we were showing plantings along the lake, and we were talking about general planting areas where we wanted to remove all the lawn and build up a native buffer along the lake. Seeing more of the lakefront planting guidelines that the commission was providing us, it made sense to establish more defined planting zones. So I added a polygon with lines to it that would portray exactly where we're planting so we can try to clarify that curved walkway a little bit. So the intent is we added these two new planting areas that we see on my cursor. It's 9 creeping phlox plantings, so it does bring up the plantings from 114 to 123. But truthfully, the main intention behind that is to remove more lawn and create more curved access to the lake that's more consistent with the guidelines provided. So the intent is around the side yard, we'd have curved access points to the dock, and then when we come down the steps that are there, these steps are a straight shot between. Adding these curved lines in sort of curves the access a bit. It reduces the lawn cover in this area. The intent was made to cut back on the lawn to comply with that lakefront planting guideline we were given to the extent feasible. And what this also does is it increases our total square footage of mitigation. So at the last meeting, we had 840 square feet of planting area on the site. By adding these two areas, it does increase that total up to 950 square feet. So I said that we were using the 124 square foot measurement of work in the 25 to be conservative. If we use that number, then the mitigation would now be about a 7.6 to 1 ratio of mitigation to impacts to the 25. If we use the 80 square feet, assuming that the stairs were already there, it puts us over a 10 to 1. So it was an intent to beef up the mitigation and to remove additional patio. At a high level, those are the changes that we've made, but I think I'll end this meeting with one sort of additional comment and image to show. I think at the very end of the meeting on January 6th, we had a good discussion that I think has been included in a few items we've submitted, but it hasn't been discussed at every meeting that though large portions of this backyard are being reconfigured, I wanted to bring it back to an old aerial of the property just to show the conditions that we were talking about prior to any of this work taking place. So in the NOI, we had discussed that there was no stormwater management on the property, and so stormwater from both the existing dwelling, the old patio that was there, shed, it all generally just pitched down gradient toward Lake Maspinock over the lawn. There was no dry wells, no French drain system, anything like that. And then it was lawn essentially up to the rear of the pond. And so this is 2008, so it shows the old conditions long before any work was done in the backyard or any of the work that we have proposed here. At the last meeting, we were just discussing that. I'll go back to the plan here. That the patio is now back here, taking all of this stormwater from both the house, the patio, routing it to subsurface systems, in my opinion, is an improvement over existing conditions. And I think that the extensive mitigation provided is now much more consistent with that. One final note I'd make is the dry wells have not been reduced in size at all as we have reduced portions of the patio. When this was first sized, these drywall units, we had the engineers simulate an inch of runoff over every surface on the property. That includes the existing footprint of the dwelling and the driveway. And then as we're removing patio, we've kept the drywall size the same. So it gives them a bit more capacity than was there previously. So all that to say that, again, we appreciate that the commission continued us out to tonight to continue to discuss this. We think that these revisions really do represent an improvement over the existing conditions of the site prior to any work taking place. And with that, I'll leave it up to questions.
All right, great, thank you. And I'd also like to say thanks for taking the extra effort to, really listen to the commission and try and address comments to make this work. I think you did take the feedback that we gave, removing the impervious area beyond the slot drain. I think that's definitely was a key factor in my mind, and Ted's comment on the winding pathways and following those guides. This looks better to me. I'll open it up to commission members to see if anyone else has comments or thoughts on these changes.
This is that. I'll just say a positive step.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you. No, we appreciate the feedback, and we also appreciate the comments given at the last meeting. It gives us clear marching orders, so we're happy to see that positively received.
Okay. Are there any comments from the public? All right, I don't see any. That being said, Judy, I'm gonna ask again on this property, similar to the other one. Um, we're voting on this, or we will be voting on this as a notice of intent, but there is a certain degree of work that should fall under an enforcement order as well. Would that be correct statement?
Yeah, now that you mention it, I think that does sound accurate since you're dealing with unpermitted work. So yeah, I mean, I think it's up to you. I'm happy to draft a separate enforcement order just for the plantings and patio removal if you'd like to separate it out that way.
Okay. Okay, so something to think about there before but I think first step, I think we can go ahead and take another vote now that, the additional feedback has been incorporated. And we were splitting this vote, I believe, under the act and the bylaw. So can I get a motion to approve this notice of intent under the act?
So moved.
Second.
And I'll amend that with signatures by Judy and Anna.
I'll accept that amendment.
Yeah, okay. All in favor, Matt,
Aye.
Jim,
Aye.
Ed,
Aye.
and I am also an aye. Peggy, will let you abstain because there's a lot of history on this project.
Yeah, I'll abstain.
Okay. Can I get a motion to approve under the bylaw with signatures by Judy or Anna? Matt?
So moved.
Oh,
Second.
sorry. Now, Matt. All in favor.
Aye.
Jim,
Yes, aye.
Ed,
Aye.
and I am also an aye.
Thank you, guys. And through the chair, just a comment that I heard about how we're going to handle the work that is after the fact. I'll preface that by saying it's our intention to work with the commission, however you guys want to move forward with that. In the past, I've seen it done two ways, either through the enforcement order or through a condition that requires the removal of patio space and the plantings to be installed prior to other work being completed. I've seen it done either way. I just thought I'd throw it out there that we'll work with the commission however we want, but we do appreciate that.
Okay. I think, Judy, I would prefer to do the enforcement order route just because in case the work ends up not being done or is delayed, then we still don't have a mechanism to do the enforcement as a condition, if that makes sense.
Yep, that sounds good to me. I can have something drafted for the next meeting.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Yeah, that sounds great. Thank you.
Okay. Thanks for working with us, and I think this is positive and kind of gives us something to point to for other applicants as a, way to work together on these type of lakefront projects. So thank you.
Yes, no, thank you to you guys as well. After the fact projects are never easy, so we appreciate the back and forth, and I think it got us a really good project in the end.
Great. Okay, good luck.
Thank you guys. Have a great night.
Yep. All right. Next up, we have Wall Street Development, 12 North Mill Street, notice of intent continuation with a single family home. All right, since we met last, Mr. Petrozzi, I believe you were in front of the Board of Health. We did receive a letter from them in the file. I don't know if everyone got a chance to take a look at it. but do you want to provide any updates at this point?
Well, since we met, the commission itself asked for some additional information that be included in the plan. We've done that. And we did meet with the Board of Health. We've continued that discussion until their first meeting in February 8th, I believe. I'm not quite sure of the date, but it's in February. So essentially, as I represented to you at the last meeting, they're not going to act on anything unless they get a final plan that says what they're acting on is approvable by the commission. And the message that they read wasn't wasn't convincing enough from the commission that the plan was favorably inclined to be approved by the commission. So we're in this catch-22 situation. We can't get to step 2 unless we get something in step 1, which is, I think, primarily the commission either approving the plan or issuing an order of conditions or giving a stronger indication to the Board of Health that this is the plan that you'd like to see happen on this property. And then, again, it's one of the things that need to commence. Some of their concerns are legitimate in the sense that they're concerned about a failure of the well in getting something of equipment back there in the future. And that, we've accommodated that arrangement on this plan by flattening out the slope and allowing for a vehicle to get back there in the event that there is in some fashion something to be done in the event of some sort of a repair. Usually, a well pump may need to be replaced from time to time. Batteries, electrical issues can occur. But overall, I don't see, I've never seen a well not produce its required yield over. I've done hundreds of wells, so I don't see it as an issue either way. But they raised it as a concern. But principally speaking, we need to start somewhere, and I think the start of the process is with the commission.
Right. I did read through their letter, and I do think they bring up a valid concern on the access to the well. One of the things that we've run into on multiple projects is not just, in the future for replacement of the well, but initially for installing the well. It's a 10-foot wide path, right?
I don't know how wide it is. I'd have to look.
Well, I guess the question being, how did you determine that width to fill, and is that realistic for the equipment that needs to get back there to drill the well and, for all their, slurry and work and whatnot that needs to happen, temporary impacts to the wetlands. What does that look like? Is that enough room, or are we gonna be looking at an issue during construction where all of a sudden, we're way outside the limit of work and having to deal with that from an access standpoint?
No, I agree with you. They do produce a lot of slurry as the well is being drilled. I'm told that this is enough room, but certainly willing to consider, anything outside of that area would be only a temporary disturbance at best, and would be restored in place. But we have provided, if you, as I mentioned to them, the well is the first thing that goes into the construction process. We can't get a building permit without a well. So we're going to know well off, at the beginning of this process, we're going to know whether or not we have a buildable lot vis-a-vis the drinking water well. So without the well, there is no lot in this configuration. which would then bring me back to the commission to pursue the original plan, which is a well in the back, a house in the front, or some vice versa, or scenarios like that. So, but I do think this is a viable plan. I've been told, I've had consultations with our well subcontractor. If they tell me that it's not feasible, then we won't start the job, quite frankly. But they tell me that it's a sufficient amount of area. And that's what I'm basing it on how we designed it. I mean, if you know, would you not quite sure where we could do additional replication if that were necessary, but this is our best shot for this alternative instead of doing the original plan, which was to cross the wetlands with a driveway or with an access road to put a well in the ground.
Okay. I guess I'll go to Judy and Joe in regards to whether all of the comments and information we asked for last time around was provided and addressed at this point.
Through the
Yep.
chair. I have not sent Joe the most recent revisions. We were working with Chris Lucas to see if there was money and time remaining in the initial scope for initial review services from Lucas. It seems like they've reviewed more than was initially estimated, so we're just trying to make sure all of Lucas's review services are covered. So as of this point, Joe has not reviewed any of these materials.
Okay. And have we gotten any, I can't remember, have we gotten DEP comments on this new plan or this particular plan scenario?
Not in any formal sense, no. I think some issues that I saw is the 100-foot is still labeled on the vernal pool, in addition to the 125. So I know one of Joe's comments has been what the commission wants to see labeled. There's no PIBs on the plan. And then there's also some issues with the proposed disturbance numbers on Form 3 not being accurate to the current version of the plan. And until we have those updated proposed alteration and proposed restoration, I don't think the commission can vote on any permit because you're essentially approving a certain amount of disturbance or not approving it. So that is something that should be addressed as well.
Okay.
But there might be more. I haven't been able to get this to Joe yet.
Okay. All right, I'm gonna open it up to commission members, see if others have questions, comments, other information that we might be looking for. Personally, I do share the concern from the Board of Health with the access to the well, and if this is the best shot and this is what we're looking at to vote on, I do have concerns that we're gonna come back and not have enough room to actually do the construction to get that well in within the footprint that's shown on the plan right now. But I'll open up to others for feedback, concerns.
To the chair, this is Ed.
Yes, Ed.
I'm putting on my Ted hat again because he did point that issue out about access to the back of a piece of property on another piece. Would we be appropriate in asking for a letter from Mr. Petrosi's well driller that the access is adequate for the initial installation of the well, and then that access is available for future work on the well that would be within their needed parameters?
I'm happy to provide that. In fact, just let the commission know that, in terms of a construction sequencing of things, there is no problem accessing the well location because there'll be nothing on the lot. The lot, nothing's there to interfere with the construction of the well. The concern from the Board of Health is after the house is in, 10 years go by, and the well isn't yielding the required amount of water. The concern is, how do you get a rig in there? What would have to be done to the well after the lot is all built up? That's the concern of the Board of Health. It's not getting access to the location prior to construction of the house. That's, that gets cleared. There's nothing on the lot, nothing to get in the way. So, but I have no problems getting a statement or something from our well vendor or subcontractor regarding the amount of area that's required to install a well of this sort. It's not really, I'm sure they've come across it from time to time because a lot of wells are in this kind of proximity to a wetland.
Yeah, I think it would be along the lines of requesting kind of a means and methods sequencing for the installation, how much room they need, and what they do with the slurry, what practices are in place to protect any of that from getting in the wetland in this tight space. What are they gonna have in place to do that?
Sure. No, I understand. And usually we're in tight constraints. You have a sump that the slurry goes into, so it doesn't overtop or enter into any areas, like in this case, the wetland areas. So, I mean, I'm happy to get that information for the commission, or have it as a condition of an approval. But I think Judy's asking me to revise a Form 3, I think it is, to put or revise the impacts and that thing into the form when if you're essentially telling me to revise the plan and sink or swim with this plan, and that's really not where we're at. We offer this plan as an alternative to avoid, minimize, and mitigate impacts to the resource areas. If we can't agree on this plan, then we're going back to the other plan, which is a limited project with other impacts and more disturbance and use of the whole lot. So I'm just simply trying to get to square one to see what this is. I think it's a good idea, and I think it's doable. And I'm not really concerned about whether or not the Board of Health grants a waiver or not, to be quite honest with you. I don't think their regulation holds any water. No pun intended.
Well, I think so. Your intention is for us to vote on this plan, correct?
Yeah.
This is
Yeah.
what's presented.
Yeah.
So we can't vote unless we have those numbers in there, because once we vote, it's done. It's official.
I understand, but if I revise the plan and you vote no, if I revise the numbers and you vote no, then what are you asking me to do? Refile another notice of intent for the exact same project for what we filed originally for? I mean, it doesn't make any sense.
Well, yeah, I mean, if we vote no, then you would, yeah, I think your next course of action would be to submit another notice of intent or withdrawal,
I'm not
and then
going to
make
do.
a change, substantial enough that we would take another vote. But
Well, I'm not going to do it that way because that's kind of backwards. I offer this plan as an alternative. We've gone through this probably for the last 3 or 4 months, with this being considered to be a better alternative than the original plan. So I'm happy to work with the commission to try and get this plan approved. And I don't see any reason why the commission can't, if they're in favor of this plan. I don't want to put words in anyone's mouth. But if you're in favor of this plan and allowing us to proceed with the Board of Health and to give you like affidavit or information regarding the installation of the well, and that no construction to start until you've received that information, that's a step forward. But to say that, we can't make a decision on whether or not you want to have this proposal move forward, I don't think that's productive in any way. After all, we've had these discussions. So, we're talking about administrative type of conditions, nothing that's relative to the actual plan or the resource areas. That's just those are my thoughts.
Right. I do think that the means and methods from the well drilling perspective are necessary in order to feel comfortable, because that the wetlands aren't going to be negatively impacted by the construction of the well. So I think that's important for.
You can't condition that in an order of conditions. It's pretty simple.
No, because we might not agree with it. The level of detail or the information, or if he decides when he puts the means and methods together that he needs more area, then we're going to be back here again. So in my mind, that piece of information is needed for me to
okay.
vote on the
I'll get it,
project. But other commission members might feel differently or want other information. So I'll open it up to others to express or share with you any additional information, changes that they need in order to be able to vote on this.
Through the chair, this is Ed.
Yes, Ed.
My actual question remains unanswered. My actual question, and I apologize if I wasn't clear. My actual question was, if access is needed to the well site post-construction of the house, is there adequate access to the well site post-construction?
Yes. If you notice, the contours on the left side of the house are very flat. We flatten out the contour so you can drive a truck all the way to the back of the house and back it in, no problem.
I would want to see that from the well guy.
Okay.
So, so means and methods for installation of the well and for future maintenance.
Okay. Is that the only concern? Is there other concerns?
Through the chair, Mr. Petrosi, I just want to make sure I understand what you just described. So you're saying on the left-hand side of the house, so page left, right. I see sloping contours that look to be 3-to-1, 4-to-1 coming down, and then it flattens out in the wetland mitigation area.
Oh, no, that's the fill area. That's the area that's being filled. So that's going to be, a solid ground lawn area of some sort.
It's labeled as proposed wetland filling. Okay, yeah. Apologies.
Right.
I saw the tight dashing in the back going to the well and assumed that was the only fill. All right.
Yeah. No, that's the fill, and it's going to be drivable. You just like a landscaper or whatever would be able to drive a truck there. Now, keeping in mind that maintenance of a well is different than actually installing the well. Installing the well, you need a rig, a big rig that you'd be able to drive in here, there'll be a turnaround, you back the rig in, and the only concern, as Melissa has mentioned, is the slurry. Depending on how deep they go, that can be an excessive amount. And I do agree that we should have some game plan in place to deal with that. And that's something that I think the well installer can provide. But as far as access goes, there is no problem driving a rig in the back of this house. You get 20, 30 feet, backing it in, driving it in. It's not a problem. And
So in
keeping in
terms
mind,
of,
these contour lines are 1-foot contours. They're not 2-foot contours.
yeah,
Relatively flat.
yeah, between the 281 and the 282, I see what you're talking. I misinterpreted the hatching, so that's my bad on that front. So you're talking a rig could come in behind the stone wall along the street front, between the stone wall and the septic system,
Right.
back down to that area where the wells. Yeah, I tend to agree that access makes sense. I agree with what Melissa's saying about the just understanding means and methods for the installation and whether or not these permanent wetland impacts to install the well are the extent of the impacts or if there's additional temporary impacts needed.
Yeah, I'll have to check that out, man. I'm not an expert in wells.
Yeah.
I've got a bunch of them in, but I certainly know that there is a sequence in terms of how they get in, what they have to do to set up, and what they do to, they have the outriggers that have to go, and so that the rigging mechanism is secure and stable. So there could be some issues there, but they wouldn't involve any permanent alteration of the resource area.
Through the chair.
Yes, Judy.
I just wanted to note that there are not PIBs on this plan yet, and considering the commission generally does not like the PIB to be right on the wetland edge, you might want to have a discussion about where you want to see PIBs, as that might affect the access to the well question.
Right. Yeah, I agree that that should be something that should be added to the plan. As far as where they should land, I think you'd have to have them at the limit of, well, that 281 topo line probably so that you have the access open to the backyard, to the well.
When I make a suggestion in terms of the PIBs, I mean, in some other instances, we've come up with a planting along the edge of the wetlands that creates a sort of a hedge that discourages anybody from going beyond that, sort of what a PIB. I mean, your PIBs are in the ground. Nobody can see them particularly, but in this particular instance, I would probably suggest that we do some sort of a planting I have to go back to some of my other projects, but along the wetland line, like planting a hedge of some sort that clearly sets out the wetland area rather than having something in the ground.
I mean, my preference would be a fence
Well, that's possible too.
at the edge.
Yeah. I think that would be a better idea than to try and put these things in the ground. That's such a tight area.
Yeah, I think it's going to be hard for this homeowner not to encroach.
Yeah.
So I think in this instance, I would suggest a fence, or that's what I would like to see.
Okay. Well, we can do like a split rail fence or something along those lines. And I think that would be a better idea than trying to put these bounds in the grounds. Very little room there.
Right. Does anyone else on the commission have input on that?
I like that idea.
Okay. Any other thoughts? from commission members? I'm gonna open it up to the public. Anyone from the public have comments? No? Okay. Mr. Petrizzi, our next meeting is February 10th, and then we have February 24th.
So, yeah, what I'll do is I'll probably continue my meeting with the Board of Health. It doesn't make any sense to go there unless I can give, whatever I give the commission in terms of the sequencing or the means and methods for the well, I'll probably be, giving it to them as well, so that they feel confident of what we're trying to do. So I would say, let's continue to the 10th. And then hopefully I can get that done by then. If not, we'll just continue it again.
Okay. So we're looking for means and methods on the well. We're looking for PIB on the plan. We're looking for updated numbers on the notice of intent. If in order to be able to vote on this.
Okay. And so all the other information, Judy, that I submitted, that's all in good order.
So the other outstanding item, I guess, is for Joe, to take a look as well.
It's just really construction sequencing and replication protocol. I mean, it's not.
There was the invasive species management plan, replication narrative, a few other things that I wanted to get Joe's eyes on.
Well, while we're on the issue of invasive species, I mean, his comment was there wasn't very much invasives on the lot. So I'm not quite sure where all of a sudden now we need them. And that was for when the original proposal was cross the wetlands and build a driveway.
That just management during construction, Joe? Management of invasives during construction?
Yeah, let me check that comment. I have to
Okay.
take a look at
I
it.
feel like that was.
It may have been. If there weren't a lot of invasives, I think that's typically what I would say is just managing during construction, so you're not spreading the other sites.
Right. And I think what I provided is pretty much what that does. It's not elaborate. I mean, it's just not much there.
Yep.
All right. Well, so let's, if the commission is willing to continue this to the 10th, I'll work on getting this schematic, the footprint of the rig that they use and how much they need for space, and we'll get more definitive answers on that, because I think that is, a legitimate concern that we should pay attention to.
Okay. Can I get a motion to continue this as well as the soil testing notice of intent for 12 North Mill to February 10th?
Moved.
A second.
I'll second.
All right, all in favor, Matt,
Aye.
Jim,
Aye.
Ed,
Aye.
and I am also an aye.
Great. Thank you very much.
Yep.
And can you get me on? Can you get me on a little earlier next time? Not that I don't mind. Not that I don't mind listening to everybody, but I'd appreciate it if you could. Thank you.
No problem.
Bye-bye.
Okay. I'm gonna jump back down to work session items. So we are at 30 West Main Street project change request continuation.
How's it going?
Hello, good.
Okay, Judy, if you don't mind, I can share my screen.
Sure, if that's all right with you, Melissa.
Sure, that's fine.
Should be all set.
Okay, let me know
if you guys can see my screen.
Yes.
Okay. So for the record, Sam Alfronti, registered engineer in the Commonwealth with Solely Engineering. So this is our second time before you. We realized the first time wasn't a complete package submitted, and there were still some things in question at that point. Since we've been before you, which I think was in early December, if I'm not mistaken, we have received septic approval from the health department, and there is a well application that has been submitted as well for this project. So the Conservation Commission permitting is kind of the next step of this process. I can walk you through. So there's really two things. It's the changes in the septic area, which is kind of to the plan west, and then there's a proposed well to the southeast corner of the building. Now, I've created this overlay sketch, which it was working earlier. I think this is probably the best depiction. There we go. Of really what has changed here. So we recognize that the commission, we're adhering to the 50-foot buffer to the isolated wetland to the east. We recognize that the well wasn't on the original approved plan. So with that, we've kind of tightened up the resource area, which is the riverfront area, to the plan west, and reduced the impact to that area pretty significantly in comparison of what's proposed. Judy did have a comment back to us if we could tighten it up any further. We're really constrained with space here, just with the grading setbacks for Title V, as well as the setbacks from the foundation of the building. We did include that 10-foot access way to the north of the garage, which it's probably easiest shown here. We're proposing kind of a field stone wall 10 feet off the garage. She was able to maintain a three-car garage, excuse me. But we were able to include that 10-foot access way to the rear. And I know that was a comment that the health department had as well for access to the septic tank and leaching area in the event that it does need to be replaced or maintenance or anything of that sort. So with that, I can go through. I submitted. I would assume this comment letter has reached the commission, but the really comment 2 is, I think, the relevant comment that's worth going over. So the overall disturbance remains just about 27,000 square feet. Now, one thing that did change was regarding the water service. So we finally received affirmative confirmation that a waiver would not be granted for this type of project for a single family residence. So we kind of pivoted, and the only option is a proposed well. I know I was just listening to the previous hearing, so you guys are very familiar with this, but the construction sequence, I spoke to the well driller this afternoon. The construction sequence for this project is the erosion controls would have to be installed. Because of the access way to this, it's not close to the roadway. So the driveway and clearing of the building pad area would be required prior to the well being casted and drilled. So that was something I spoke to the well driller about today. So really that'd be step one would be step one would be installing the erosion control. Step 2 would be clearing the trees. Step 3 would be stumping the area. And then step 4 would be grading the building pad as well as the driveway to a suitable access path for the drill rig. Very similar to the conversation you all just had. But so back to the changes of areas. So we refined the house footprint. So we have a net change of minus 746 square feet. The garage footprint increased by 64 square feet. The asphalt area decreased by 153 square feet. We removed the permeable paver walkway, which was located previously on this eastern side because if you remember, the front door was going to be on the eastern side facing the wetland. And then she did add a 492 square foot deck, which the deck will be wood with typical spacing. But we have a net impervious area, a reduction of 835 square feet, a net permeable paver area reduction of 332 square feet. And then we obviously have that net wood deck increase of 492 square feet. The riverfront area disturbance as approved was 2,875 square feet. We've reduced that to 2,290, which is a 585 square foot reduction, which in comparison to what was approved is fairly significant from a percentage standpoint. But yeah, that's I can gladly go into more detail or if you guys have additional comments. I did provide explanation on the water service, the viability of that. The moratorium is until summer 2028, I believe, yeah, summer. It was repaved in summer 2023, so the 5-year moratorium would be summer 2028. And I spoke to Kerry Reed, the Director of Public Works, on that directly with her. And then there was a conversation between Judy and I regarding the determination of applicability that was previously issued for this project to be utilized for the well. After conversation with the well driller today, I think realistically that would be covered under this NOI. And like I said, all the erosion controls, the construction of the driveway, the grading of the building pad would all be performed before the well would be actually drilled. Now, I did hear just previously access to the well for maintenance in the future. Now, granted, we are kind of hugging this 50-foot buffer, but the only reason that a drill rig would ever have to go back to the well would be to recast the well. So reinstallation of a pump, regular maintenance, testing, that can all be done on foot. And typically well casts and casing what lasts between 25 and 50 years. So I don't anticipate that really being something that is really something that needs to be considered here, especially with the moratorium being lifted in 3 years, 2 years, I guess, actually. So in the event that a water service could be installed in the future, just something to bring up. I know it was just talked about previously, so figured to address that comment now. But I'd be happy to answer any other questions. All the plans were revised. We have the updated landscaping plan, which it has the same amount of plantings. Some of the seedings were modified to reflect the different disturbances and such, but it's the same amount of plantings and trees that were previously approved, as well as the PIBs that were previously approved.
Through the chair, this is Ed.
Yes, Ed.
Mr. Malafronte, am I saying your name right?
You are, yep.
You might want to check your letter because you have commented about a Mr. Reed. Kerry Reed is a female. You might
I
want to
apologize
fix
for
that.
that. I apologize for the error. I'm very well aware of Kerry Reed being a woman. I went to Worcester Polytech and she was a senior advisor to my senior project, actually. So I've known her for quite some time.
I do have a question about the waiver policy. Is it that you can't connect at all, or you can connect, but additional measures need to be taken, to repave or something like that?
Yeah, I can explain further on that. So the town's, I believe it's the roadway opening policy is what governs that 5-year moratorium.
Yeah.
And Kerry explained that there are scenarios where the 5-year moratorium can be waived for a hardship. She referenced the hardship as being catastrophic to life, as well as emergency scenarios for utility companies. And she made it pretty abundantly clear that connection for a single family home is not something that she would ever waive. So yeah, that it wasn't something like I posed the question of curb to curb, like flowable fill and expanded mill and overlay areas, and she didn't really waver on that. So
Through the chair.
Yes, Judy.
Yeah, not to be contrary, but I did speak with Carrie about this, and she did say there were certain best management practices that could be proposed in which she would consider allowing the moratorium to be broken for connection to water. I don't remember the specifics of this. And she also said the moratorium is up in 2 to 3 years. So once that's up, they would be able to connect. So, I would maybe suggest getting something in writing from her so we know exactly what the options are at this point.
I'm pulling up an email right now that just completely contradicts that. So if that's the case, I it's been a lot of wasted time and effort here. So here's an email from Kerry on November 26th. She responded to me as well as the applicant. There's a couple other folks from DPW on this email. And she said, you can set up a meeting with me, but at this point, it would not qualify as a hardship. See more guidance on what I would consider a hardship. And the situation must involve a serious unexpected hazard, which if not immediately remedied will result in injury, death, and order damage or destruction to public infrastructure or private property. Under that, I took that as a pretty clear guidance that a project like this wouldn't classify as a waiver for a hardship. And we did have a meeting with her. It was Carrie, Jan, the applicant, and I on this. So I don't know how much more clear we need here, but I can certainly pose the question to her. I mean, we had a pretty in-depth conversation, and she didn't mention any best management practices that would suffice beyond the waiting till it's over. She did reference that as you get closer to the end of a moratorium, she's more likely to potentially issue a waiver, but the waiting game for the applicant is not something she's willing to financially burden, really. This is a project that she's owned this property for a couple of years now, and she's hopeful to go to construction in the spring. So,
Through the chair.
Yes, Matt.
Is the proposed well location outside the 50-foot buffer?
Yes. Yep.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Let's see. Obviously, we just had discussions, as you referenced, on access. Access to put in the well doesn't seem like an issue.
Well,
But to
yeah.
maintain it definitely would be difficult.
Yeah, I mean, if in the case of 15, 20 years down the line that it did need to be recast, I think realistically, another notice of intent would obviously need to be filed. We would have to encroach in the 50-foot buffer, definitely not in the resource area, like previous proposals that have been discussed. So there's significant buffer between the resource area and the well. So
Right.
in that event, and like I said, the moratorium, well, 25 years, maybe we're dealing with another moratorium at that point. But hopefully at that point, if that were to happen, there'd be an option for connection to the service too.
Through the chair.
Yes, Matt.
Do we know where the trees are proximate to that 50-foot buffer zone? And if you don't, that's fine. I'm just out of curiosity. Do we have a sense of where the actual trees are versus where the proposed canopy falls?
I do not know.
Okay,
We
that's
don't.
fine. I
Yeah,
just was curious. If you had it, it would be great information, but not a huge deal.
Yeah, I
And
will say, and Judy could probably attest to this. I don't know if other commissioners have been out here recently, but as you go past the isolated wetlands, it does open up a little bit on this upland area. But there are some extremely large diameter trees that the removal of the tree process is going to be quite the exercise on this property. And the applicant has received a couple quotes already and has had a couple tree companies out to the site. I believe the limit of disturbance is staked out there. So they could get an idea of the trees that needed to come down as well.
okay. Do you have a sense of, I think the more likely scenario than the casing, right? If you had to frack it because you weren't getting enough water, or if you had to pull the pump because the pump failed. Do you have a sense of what the access requirements would be to get that equipment back there?
Yeah, they would need at least 10 to 12 feet off the house, probably closer to 12, maybe 15. So I think right now we are, let me just go back to this plan here. I had it on one of them originally. So we are 59 or just under 60 feet from the wetland resource area. So I think
you have a blue beam open, right?
I do, yeah.
Can you scale it?
Yeah.
Might as well use the tools you got, right?
Yeah. So, I mean, 15 feet would be about there. So
yeah,
I think that's realistic. So you're talking about an additional clearing of maybe 5 to 6 feet and there would probably likely need to be some grading associated with that. And realistically, we're proposing quite a bit of planting in that area too. So there'd be some disturbance to what's being planted too, these shrubs and some of the PIBs as well.
Yeah, I mean, my sense of it, and this is just my opinion, right? In the event that the well needed to be fracked or the pump needed to be replaced or some other maintenance beyond, the tools you could carry back there by foot, you may or may not have to remove a tree depending on where it is. So unlike some of the other projects we've reviewed, we're talking buffer zone, not wetland area. I mean, my sense is in a scenario like that, I'd be more amenable to an encroachment into that footprint for ensuring a residence has a water service versus, driving through a wetland to get back to a well that's installed in a situation like that. So that's just my opinion on it.
Right. Yeah, you are compensating with giving some area back over by the septic system too. Which is positive. Would you run water just for a future connection at this point in time while you have everything opened up?
I don't believe that's something the owner has. I mean, she's going to be spending the money for the well. I think it's the intent to utilize the well for the service of the well. But I can certainly pose the question. I don't believe she's on today.
Yeah, that's okay. It was just
Oh,
Oh, hey, Dawn.
yeah, I am on. I mean, I honestly, I don't know. I mean, everything costs so much money at this point. So I don't know. I mean, if I don't have to, I don't know how much more it will cost me just to lay the pipes for future connection. I mean, it's a difficult question.
It's
depending
okay.
on how much more. Yeah. Yeah. If it's a small fraction additional, then definitely it will be a good idea to have it ready for future purposes. But if it's significantly more, then I would hope to utilize the well if I already have to spend a lot of money on the well. Hmm. Yeah.
Okay. Um, all right. Is anyone else on the commission have questions or thoughts on this?
No, I don't.
Ed, I don't think there's anything we can say to make you feel good. Anyone from the public have any questions or comments?
Melissa, one thing I don't know that was touched on, obviously the limit of work to the west, plan west of the home, where that grade was pulled back. We shrunk the limit of work in the riverfront area, which I think is a good thing. Are we losing any of the proposed mitigation plantings back there? Was there a trade-off or just a reduction of footprint, same number of plantings?
Yeah, it was the same number of plantings. I just pulled them in to be within the limited disturbance.
Okay.
There's no changes to the trees or shrub count.
Okay, thank you.
All right. So this is a project change request. Okay. Yeah, I mean, I guess I don't think there's any additional information at this point that we need. It seems like you did your homework. You got the email from Carrie. Looks pretty straightforward there. And I do appreciate the swap for the pulling back the limit of work by the septic, kind of to make up for the encroachment on the other side. Um, I feel like the future access is gonna come back to haunt me, haunt us down the line. I don't think anybody's gonna wanna connect in the street in the future.
I don't know. Jan can probably speak to this, but the cost for drilling the well is not cheap.
No, it is not.
So it really is it's close. Even
What
for
does
this
it cost? What does it cost to drill well? What are you getting for, or did you get a quote?
Jan got a couple quotes, and they were in the 15 to 20,000 range. So
I can concur with those quotes being aligned with the
Yeah.
rate to drill.
granted, this is
Obviously,
quite a
yeah.
run for a water service. We probably need a booster pump too. But it's comparable.
Yeah, I know it's $5,000 just to get the permit to connect water in the street
Yeah.
without doing any laying of pipe
Yeah.
or
It's
materials
usually
or anything.
It's usually a one or the other, not a plan for one and do the other.
Right. Yeah. They're
I
both
mean, in my mind, I think the location of the proposed well makes a lot of sense given it is outside the 50-foot buffer. Looking at this plan in front of us, any other alternative location that provides separation to the septic system would inevitably put the well into the 50-foot buffer upon construction. So we're really just talking about potential access for maintenance at some time in the future, whether or not that would even require removal of a tree in that buffer to get the rig back there. So to me, that's the better alternative, is outside the 50-foot buffer today when it's constructed. And then if or when something were to come up with the yield or the pump itself, and I think when they took the pump out of my well, they just set up a little tripod over it and pulled it out. They didn't even need to get the rig back there. So you're really just ultimately, I think in my mind, you're really just talking about if the well would have failed, that you'd have to get a rig back there again. And that's a low probability situation in my mind.
There's a history, I believe, in Hopkinton of wells that don't measure up and have to be reworked. Maybe it's simple as fracking, but maybe more than that. I do not know.
Now that history's in some uplands, right? Off of Winter Street. Sylvan. That's the only one I can think of.
I can't say.
Yeah, there's some on the Westboro side of town. There's some history in upland rocky bedrock wells that the fissures in the rock don't last and you got to frack it. But
I mean, I'm with Matt in terms of overcoming any future possibility to have to frack or do something else with the well. And it just doesn't seem worth it to me to pipe in for a water connection unless the applicant's certain it's going to happen. It would just save her money to do it now when everything's open. And this is the best side of the house for a well, because that's was going to go to the street. It'd be going through there, wouldn't it? So I don't have a problem if they don't plan ahead for a town water connection.
Okay. Did you have any other utilities coming in? Electric, is that overhead? I forget.
We're proposing it to be subsurface. Oh. Yeah, we're proposing to run conduit from the utility pole that's out front of 30 West Main.
It goes to the pole. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. I think we should go ahead and vote on this one.
Through the chair.
Yes, Judy.
Just to clarify, I guess you have the decision between a minor project change or an amended NOI. I guess I would suggest thinking about, if you're leaning towards approving it, what kind of conditions you would want to see imposed. A well is outside the scope of the original approval, so none of the original conditions in the order are really applicable for a well or testing. So just in
Right.
terms of what the approval looks like, I think a minor project change with a ton of conditions isn't something we've really done before.
Oh, that's a good point.
What are the just out of curiosity, what are the conditions beyond what's outlined in our order that are appropriate for when a project has a well, I guess?
Yeah, I'd have to pull them up. It's like how you're protecting it while it's being constructed. There's some other things that I just don't have open in front of me.
Can we issue a separate set of conditions and approve it as part of this? Approve the this is a minor project exemption or a minor project change.
think you can. I haven't done it before. So what I could do is write everything up in a letter. So when I normally confirm votes that the commission has made regarding minor project change approvals, I'll write a letter just memorializing the vote. So I could, in theory, append a list of conditions onto that. Um,
That
and
would
then
still have to be recorded, right?
no, so that's, yeah, it would not have to be recorded or attached to the original order. It would just be, I guess, something that would be looked at when they go back for a COC post-construction. Only an amended order would be recorded with the registry.
Order would.
Well, when we do a minor project change or exemption, okay, if we do a minor project exemption, how do we do that? We just issue conditions with it, right? But that's not getting recorded. If it was just separate,
Correct. Yeah.
a new thing, a new one.
Yeah, it's added to the project file as a reference document, but it doesn't get brought to the registry. No.
Okay.
Yeah, we have that revised limit of disturbance area on the backside too.
Oh, that's not part of the original NOI.
Well, yeah. That riverfront area that's getting kind of mitigating for the well area. All right, I'm leaning towards an amended amendment.
Yeah, go ahead.
No, that was it. That's just where I'm leaning.
So let me
I don't know.
understand this, because this is a little bit of a unique situation in my mind. The order is recorded, right? We all agree that's the case. It references a plan. In our records, if we issued a decision for a minor project change, it would be in our files, but it wouldn't necessarily be recorded against the property. Do we feel like the changes are substantial enough that we want them recorded?
They don't seem to
I
be
guess
to
that's where
me,
my
but
head's
this
going.
plan, yeah, they don't seem to be significant enough to me, but this plan is not recorded. Is that correct?
No, there'd be a reference in the order to the plan, but the plan itself wouldn't be recorded.
No, but as of now, this plan's not recorded. It's the previous one. Right?
That's correct, yeah.
So can it be recorded as a revised plan or a final plan? I don't know how they mark their plans up.
Through the chair.
Final or
yes, Anna.
So we attach a copy of the plan to the order. So it's the last pages of the order is the plan of record from that order. So yeah, you'll see all the pages that are there.
Okay.
I mean, just if I may, through the chair.
Yep. Go ahead.
Under that kind of thought process, any project change that you guys ever come
Yeah.
across wouldn't be the updated plans that's recorded, and then that would kind of nullify you guys having the ability to make an insubstantial project change.
Yeah, that's where my head was going. So I think we're on the same wavelength on that front. So the debate I'm having in my mind now is, right, we've got the original plan that's recorded that shows an extent of disturbance in the riverfront area that is further into the riverfront area than this plan otherwise would imply.
Hold on, somebody's got some
Yeah, we got some background noise
background
going.
noise. Yep. Okay.
I think that's a great change. That footprint's been reduced on the page west and plan left of the project. I don't think the addition of the work for the well, would have changed my mind in that western boundary. And given it's outside the 50-foot buffer, Yeah. I would, I could see it either way, but I'd be comfortable with a notice of project change or an approval of a project change versus going through the amended NOI process.
Yeah, and ultimately the as-bilt's going to have to be filed, which
Yeah,
will
no,
show the
well,
well, which will show the new boundary.
yeah, there's that, but then there's also this plan is going to be in our commission's records. So when the applicant comes back for a certificate of compliance, this is the plan we're going to look at, and if that western limit is not the western limit that's shown on this plan, we're probably going to take issue with that.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I agree. The only hiccup I would just ask if maybe Anna, if the property sells before this is built and new property owner picks up the plan, will it live with the change? Will that be an obvious to them, the change without an amended notice of intent?
To the chair, I wouldn't think so, but I mean, like you've had the point of, we make minor changes. Typically, it's, reducing the scope, keeping the same limit of work. So,
Yeah, I agree with Anna there, but I'd also point out that if they got that plan, it wouldn't have a well on it. It'd have a water connection to the street.
Yeah.
So if they wanted to do a well, guess where they'd be coming back?
Right. That's true. That's true. Okay. All right, let's go with that with a minor project change. Yes, minor project change with our standard conditions that go with the well installation.
Yeah, I gotta imagine those are tied to like erosion and sedimentation controls, right? Which we've got on the plan today. So we at least have some representation of controls around the well, which is a good thing. The minor project change also includes the new building footprint. Is that
right?
A fair understanding, right? So it's a reduced building footprint.
Reduced building footprint and change in the limit of work on the page west.
Yeah. I mean, having gone through amended NOIs before, I can understand the pain that's tied to them, which is part of why I think I'm comfortable with a project change, approval of a project change. But I could certainly be convinced otherwise.
Okay.
So you looking for motion, Melissa?
Yes.
A motion to approve the changes as minor project changes with a new order of conditions relative to those changes. Anything else? Signatures by Anna and Judy.
We
Anything
can't
missing?
issue a new order of conditions without an amended notice of intent, just to clarify.
That's what we've been talking about, though, is doing it without an amended.
Yeah. So
I thought.
Yeah, that's what we're talking about. But we can't reissue the order. It would just be
No, issue a separate order for the changes.
we can't.
No,
So if we
this would be like a
want to
letter.
issue an order, we have to do an amended NOI. If we want to hold our current order as it stands, but allow for the changes depicted on the plan, we could do a project approval of the project change. So if we go approval of project change, and if I'm speaking out of turn or incorrectly, please feel free to jump in and stop me. But if we go with approval of the project change, we're basically accepting that the conditions we've issued up to this point are still adequate for the project, and that we're okay with the reduced footprint of disturbance on the Plan West, the addition of the proposed well and the change, reduced footprint and change to the building. And if we feel that those are too substantial relative to the order we issued, then I think we're putting ourselves in a position where it has to be an amended NOI.
Well, seems to be the only substantive change to the original order is the well. So how do we get any standards in for the well? Installation, access? We
So I
can't get
think,
them in.
I think we want to say that we're approving a project change with conditions, with our standard well conditions.
Yeah, okay. That's what I thought. So
You want to make that motion, Jim, or you want me?
Well, let's confirm what the motion is.
All right, so I'm thinking the motion is a motion to approve the project changes depicted on the plan with
What's the date on that
conditions.
plan?
Sorry, say that again, Jim.
Add the dates to the plan.
I just don't know it offhand. Yeah, we should have the date of the plan.
Okay.
With conditions, with the standard conditions we would issue for a private well installation.
If that's acceptable, Melissa, I'll second it.
Okay. All in favor? Matt?
Aye.
Jim?
Aye.
Ed?
Aye.
And I am also an aye.
Thank you.
All right. You're welcome.
Have a good night.
You too.
Thanks.
Cheers.
All right. 32 Granite Street violation discussion, tree vegetation clearing.
Hi, we are here, the homeowners. I will hand over to Dave for going into more details. But before he goes into more details, I just want to mention 2 points for consideration to this Conservation Commission. As you will see the stump survey, you will see that around 70% of the cuts were for 0.5 to 1 inch twigs or the branches. So from Dave's perspective and our perspective, things that are such small, there should be different consideration between a violation which is a tree cut versus what is 0.5 to 1 inch cut. Second point to mention, and then I will hand it over to Dave, is that most of the cuts were for 3 species, the witch hazel, the pepper bush, and the sassafras. And I shared some materials with Judy that those 3 species regrow from the stumps, and they have been documented by the US Department of Agriculture and by state agencies. And Judy was here last week to do a site survey, and she can also see that there have been sprouts and things are regrowing on their own in that area. So just want to mention these 2 things before I hand over to Dave for more discussion in detail.
Okay,
Dave.
thank you.
Good evening.
Yep.
Hi. 32 Granite. So we were asked to delineate the wetlands. We have 11 flags on the ground. Wetland delineation was done by Scott Heim of Northeast Ecological. Lot lines were determined. We had located some minor features, the well on the left-hand side, left rear side of the lot, an existing shed, rear portion of the house, portion of the driveway, and then a head wall out by Granite Street. We have located as many as 189 little trees to some medium-sized trees on the property. 6 of the trees are outside the buffer zone on the northern part of the page, top part of the page, are outside the buffer zone. There's 6 of those. We have 9 trees that we don't know the species of, and we've been sort of examining prior to the snow, what we feel was maybe cut by the previous homeowner. We've come up with about 21 odd trees that were cut by the homeowner. And some of the trees and bushes that we've located are quite small. Judy had asked us to go down as little as a half inch. My personal opinion is I think that's a little bit small to locate, but nevertheless, we had located it. That's part of the total. Some of the trees and shrubs, Judy, can you raise that up just a little bit? Yeah, the circles with the black dots are the wetlands. And it sort of starts at the head wall at Granite Street, then goes in the southern direction, down the page, and then goes sort of weaves itself around that dash line, which is the property line, and then starts heading kind of diagonally up the page all the way to the shed. There are trees inside the wetland that have been cut. Some have been cut by the previous homeowner, we feel. Some of the trees are trees and shrubs are a half inch, like I've said. We've located some PIBs. The PIBs are in the wetland. I think the PIBs were put up based on the previous COC that was, I think, finalized in May of 25. So I think using that drawing before these new wetlands were done, they had installed the PIB medallions. So now they may have to get modified a little bit because they're too close to the wetland or in the wetland. So we've had discussions with Judy and Anna. We had a site walk on Friday prior to the snow, kind of looking at what was cut in the wetland, and then we were kind of examining the left-hand side of the lot as you look at it, and then slightly behind the house. We didn't go to the far right-hand corner, but so we're here this evening per the request of the enforcement order to locate the trees. We've done so, and now I guess the homeowner is thinking that the sizing of the trees for replacement and the total number might be more representative from higher than an inch and above is what we should kind of replace. I need to mention, as you can see, that dashed line at the bottom of the page that runs from the street, bottom right-hand corner, diagonally left, is the lot line. So some of those trees that were cut are off property. So I think we need to be aware of that, and obviously in our planting scheme, we need to sort of focus on where we should propose these new plantings. So we'd like to ask, I guess, the board as to what the limitations are on the size to be replaced, and then based on that, we could tally up what needs to be replicated and restored, implanted.
Okay. Okay. I agree that you know, these small things will grow back.
Yeah.
What would you say? So you're throwing out an inch. How many trees inch and larger were cut? Would you
Judy,
say?
have the image that I shared with you with the distribution of the trees with the color coding?
I'm gonna switch to this view.
So as you can see on this screen, there were like 100 that are 0.5 to 1 inch, 36 that are 1.5 to 2.5. Again, like those are small things. And then 15 are 2.5 to 4 inch.
Okay.
And also, like, we have not done the distribution on this table here, but again, like, if you see the species, 80 to 90% are three species that I mentioned, that witch hazel, pepperbush, and sassafras.
Okay. I guess the thing that comes to mind for me is I think that when we call for replacement trees, I think it's usually like 2 or 2.5 inch that we ask for them to be. If a tree's cut down, it needs to be replaced with at least a 2 inch or 2.5 inch tree. Um, so I might be inclined to say replace the 15 2.5 to 4 inch,
Okay.
or the 36 and the 15. I don't know if anyone has a differing opinion on that. I could be swayed either way, the 36 plus the 15 or the 15 and above. I think that the smaller trees, it will revegetate. You might cause more disruption planting a, 1/2 inch.
Can we
Um,
zoom out to see where the trees of those diameters are located?
so it's the purple and the green.
Purple and green, yeah. And is that just representative? That's representative of all trees in the buffer, regardless of 50, 100. It's just all buffer trees.
Yeah, that's a total through the buffer, correct?
For the chair?
Yes, Joe.
Yeah, I haven't looked at or reviewed this, but I did see, just looking at what was on the screen, that a lot of those plants are shrub species, and trees may be being used loosely as a woody plant, but just looking at that list, there are a lot of sweet pepper bush and witch hazel. Those are all shrubs.
Yeah.
And with respect to the the comment on the size, I know in doing wetland delineations, the cutoff for a tree, what's considered a tree, is 3 inches. So that might add some helpful information.
Okay. No, thanks.
Yeah.
3.
My immediate reaction, Melissa, is the 15 for sure. The 2.5 to 4 inch.
Mm-hmm.
Go on, replanted. And then the question is whether or not any of those smaller trees, shrubs, etc., would be beneficial to plant versus to revegetate naturally. If this area was just cut and not converted to lawn or some other maintained area, then nature's a better option in my mind, because if nature brings it back, it's meant to be there, and it's got more likely to survive. That's from an engineer standpoint, not a landscape architect or landscaper, but
One comment to the chair and to Matt. Judy has taken a picture, and we can see that those little trees are already like those shrubs or like twigs are already regrowing, and we have taken pictures for those as well.
Yeah, and our intent was never to, sorry for my voice, but our intent was never to like make anything or create anything there. It was just I think a comment from our landscaper.
And a poor
Yeah,
judgment and decision on our
on
side.
our side. Yeah. Again, our intention was never to like build anything out there.
Right. Okay.
Want to plant more trees. So it just, yeah, bad decision, I'd say.
Okay. Um, okay. Can you zoom back out, Judy, to see the full property on this plan? Um, so Okay, so I guess I'll propose to the commission replacement of the 2.5 inch and greater, so it's 15 trees or bushes. I think it would be fine to replace them with um whatever was removed. So if it's considered a shrub versus a tree, can replace the shrub with the shrub.
Okay.
And as far as where to plant them, I want to say, near to where they were cut. Unless maybe we want to see that on a plan. I'm not sure how that lines up, um, or what makes sense from being in the field.
Yeah, can we jump back to the color version? I don't know if that's something you had, Judy, or yeah.
I think there is one which is number 175, which is 3-inch saffras, which is outside the line, seems like.
So it can be planted there.
Number 175. It is right in the below, like left side.
No, it's not.
You have to scroll down.
I'm trying. My eyes are going fuzzy.
Oh, down.
Yeah.
175 is down.
Yeah.
Yeah. So 175 is that purple one. Like you see that
There
purple.
it is.
25. Yeah. So that's the 3-inch sassafras.
Okay, so you're saying that's the one that's off your property.
Yes.
Right.
Yeah, can we plant it there? I mean, we're okay planting it, but is that something which we can do, right?
Yeah, I mean, I think you could plant it on your property.
Okay.
We don't have to be that exact with the location.
Through the chair, this is Ed.
Yes, Ed.
Whose is the abutting property?
Do you know the owner of that property?
There is nothing next to it. I don't.
Yeah, it's just it's a stream, so I think it's a wetland. And there is no house.
There's no house
Yeah,
next to it. There's just like a
a stream.
Through the
Does
chair.
look like there is a house
Yes,
on this
Anna.
property. Oh, is that what you were going to say, Anna?
Yeah, it belongs to 36 Granite Street, which is 2 houses down for you. They kind of wrap back around.
Okay, they're pretty far away.
Yeah.
Melissa, I think it would be good to see a plan that shows where the plantings are proposed.
Hmm.
For the trees that were located outside the 50-foot buffer, it may make sense to pull them back in to the 50-foot buffer to kind of offset some of the smaller stuff that was cut down. I think in terms of protecting the resources, more substantial vegetation in that first 50 feet's got some value versus on the fringe of the 100.
Hmm. Yeah, I'd agree. I think keeping them within the medallion line, so they're protected with that line too,
Yeah.
within the PIB. And the question came up about the PIB being along the wetland line, or maybe wanting to revise that. Is that correct? Is that over by, like, on the left-hand side there, by all the blue dots?
It's kind of behind the deck in the house, that long line. A lot of the PIBs are right at the lot line, right on the wetland line, or just inside the wetland line.
Okay. And then it's lawn right up to those trees that were cut.
No, there's not really a finished lawn
Okay.
in any of these areas. It's kind of it's a brushy area. We went out there Friday to look at where the sprouts are, and things are thriving out there already. So planting something on the house side of those might be appropriate.
Okay. And those medallions could be moved toward the house to a closer tree pretty easily,
Probably
I
not
guess.
a tree, would have to go to a post.
Okay. All right. So I think if we could get a plan, a revised plan that shows the 15
Yep,
um bushes or trees,
yep.
um and the types and the revised medallion locations here on the back, then I think that would be good for me. I don't know if anyone else has additional requests or thoughts.
Through the chair.
Yes, Judy.
I just wanted to confirm, Joe had mentioned it earlier, but he has not reviewed this wetland line. He was out there for the COC, but not for the anything with the enforcement. So whether or not the commission wants this wetland line confirmed, I think is a decision that you can make. Or if you're okay with PIBs being revised based on what's been presented.
And so the wetland line came from Dave?
Yeah, from Scott Hahn.
Okay. Yeah, I think I'm fine with this, revising the PIBs just based on Scott Heim's delineation, but maybe we just note that we're not approving it through this process here.
Right. Yep.
Through the chair.
Yes, Anna.
And you're okay with just straight one-to-one replacement for cutting? Because a lot of times when you've done cutting, we require more replacements. So
Yeah, that's a good point.
something to think about.
Does anyone have thoughts on that?
Yeah, I do.
Okay, Matt.
So
Let's hear it.
if I heard what you said earlier, when we have replacement plantings of trees, we typically require 2 to 2.5 inch caliber trees. Is
Right.
that correct? So I think any 2 to 2.5 inch caliber trees that were cut, a 1-to-1 would be an equivalent replacement. When we get to the 3 to 4 inch trees, it may be worth considering either 1.5-to-1 or 2-to-1, more in line with what we typically would require when a large diameter tree, like a 12, 15 inch diameter tree, gets cut. I err on the side of maybe it's 1.5 or 1-to-1 still, just because these are small diameter trees versus like the pines we've seen cut, the oaks, the maples that are 24, 30 inch caliper trees, and we're asking for 2-to-1 or 3-to-1. I think it's pretty close to in-kind replacement of what was cut in my mind.
That's a good point. It's a good thought. No, I agree. Usually what we see cut is larger, hence the multiple trees. We really got to get these regulations updated. So I can just point to this stuff. All right. Since we went through the effort of, documenting the diameters and the trees, I'll propose the 2.5 inch trees can be replaced in kind. And above that, do 1.5-to-1.
Two and a half, whatever's 2.5, we replace 1-to-1.
Okay.
1.5-to-1 for the larger. Yeah, over 2.5.
And again, we're replacing bush to bush and tree to tree, what we're calling, right?
Yeah, replace with similar to what was cut.
What was cut?
So can I make one other suggestion, Melissa? I
Yeah.
know it's getting late. is it worth providing an option here where it's truly in-kind replacement? If the property owner wants to go out and buy a 3.5 or 4 inch caliper maple, for example, as opposed to multiple 2 inch maples, would we view that as an acceptable like an option A, option B situation, right? If there's a 4 inch diameter tree and they want to replace it with a 4 inch, it's still in kind versus 2 inch caliper trees. It may provide some
Flexibility.
flexibility in
That's
both
the
cost
suggestion.
and disturbance.
Yeah, I'd be fine with that.
Because I mean, once you get above 4, like you're better off planting the small trees anyways. But because we're talking about such small trees, 4 inch caliper tree has a pretty good survival rate still, but you get above that, and I don't love the chances of it surviving.
Yeah, I guess in my head I was thinking any replacement tree would be 2.5. They wouldn't need to replace by 4, but yeah, no, I agree. You're not gonna it's not practical to replace a 4 with a 4.
Well, no, it may be. What I'm saying is it may be practical. So, like, say there's 3 4 inch diameter trees out there,
Yeah.
and instead of planting 6 trees, the cost to plant, the footprint of disturbance that would occur if the landowner chose to plant 4 4 inch trees instead of 6 2 inch trees, we would view that as an equivalent restoration.
Yeah, I think that would be fine.
So I think if we're all in agreement that that option exists, I think what we would want to see, if I'm hearing correctly, like a plan that shows the plantings as well as the diameter of those plantings to show whether or not it is a true in-kind replacement or if it's a 1.5 to 1 with smaller trees. So we can have that math broken out and clear on the plan.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Understood.
Dave. Okay.
As long as you understand, Dave, and I see nodding from the homeowner, so.
Yeah. All right, that sounds good. We need to vote to continue.
Through the chair.
Yes, Judy.
The way the previous enforcement order was written required the homeowners to come with a stump survey. So if you'd like to require a planting plan per the conditions you all had discussed, I would suggest a new enforcement order.
Okay.
Because right now they are in compliance with what's already been asked of them. So if you're asking for new things, we just need a new document.
Right. Okay. Yep. No, I agree with that. So the enforcement order would be, I'm going to write it at this point to present a planting plan for the commission's approval. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. And I can add per, what was discussed.
Right. Okay. That sounds good.
And if you have a date where you would like to see that by, what might be reasonable to try to get something in before planting season.
Yeah.
Maybe Dave, I would like to get this resolved as soon as possible so that we can order the trees. Dave, not sure if you can get it done in the next 2 weeks, but if possible, can we resolve in the next couple of weeks?
Yeah, could we do, what was it, February 24th?
That's it.
Yep. Okay.
I think that's probably a safe bet for how we write the enforcement order. And if they come back on the 10th, great.
Yeah.
And I don't know if it matters. Sorry, go ahead, Melissa.
No, go ahead, Matt. I
don't know if it matters, like if we specify that the planting plan also includes the proposed relocation of the PIBs. I don't know if that needs to be a separate element of how you write this up, or if it all can lump in together.
Yeah, I can add that as a requirement of what should be in the planting plan. If the commission wants
Yeah,
that.
I like that. I would go with that. Yeah, keep it all together. Okay. Do you need a vote for that, Judy? Or
Yes, please, with
because it's
signatures.
enforced. Okay. Can I get a motion to write an enforcement order to that effect with signature by Judy or Anna?
So moved.
Get a- All in favor?
Good.
Matt? All in favor? Matt?
Aye.
Jim?
Aye.
Ed?
Aye.
I am also an aye. Okay.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank y'all. Good night.
Okay. 10 Exchange Street enforcement order document for review. We have two different items here. Judy, do you want to do the enforcement order first?
Sure.
Yeah.
So I revised the enforcement order that was presented at the last commission meeting per notes from Joe and the commission regarding the amount of time for the plantings to be monitored. So everything is the same until you get to condition 15. Specified restoration plan remain in effect for 2 growing seasons. Reports at the end of each growing season, what the reports need to contain, and then a definition of a growing season. So this is to change it from the 5 growing seasons it was before. Now we have 2. And I think I just separated out the planting plan report from the invasive species report because they're on 2 separate timelines now.
Okay.
I don't believe we have a revised invasive species management plan, so I don't think this is ready to be voted on at this point. So I guess it's just to make sure the commission is happy with the way this is written, but I don't think we have all the information we need at this point.
Okay. So that being said, did anyone take a look and have any comments at this point in time for Judy? If not, you got another opportunity to take a look at it, I guess, till we get the planting plan. But if we have any comments for Judy now, please share. Okay. So we're good
I
on
will
that.
change this to 2. Happy we have several opportunities to catch my typos. So I will fix this one.
It's hard when it's, yeah, the end of the night. Okay. So we'll jump over same property, but now restoration plan discussion continuation. We have a new plan. This is you as well, Dave, right?
Yep.
Okay. So for updates, revise the
Yep.
PID,
Yep,
right?
so the tree count is exactly the same what you voted for on January 6th. 54 trees, 74 bushes. We've enlarged the limits of the erosion control measures. We have a total now of 15 PIBs. 4 of the 15 are on the kind of the top part of the page, are on the 50-foot offset buffer zone. The next 3 are not on the buffer zone. I've had some discussions with Judy and Anna. Reason being is future planning on the septic system that's just above, in between the 50 and the 100-foot buffer at our existing cesspool. So we decided to put that little purple figurine as a PIB shown on the screen sort of straight across the driveway. And then we came down along the driveway, right along the edge of the isolated wetland, and then up to the barn, then down the barn on the other side, on the southern side of the driveway. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 there that average about 3 to 5 feet off the driveway. And that's our total of 15. So no changes to trees or bushes. PIBs have been expanded to 15. Nearer the driveways per some of the comments on January 6th. And then we haven't addressed completely the invasive species concerns that Joe had mentioned. We need some updates on that. And then I think other than that, I think we're kind of in line.
Okay.
Do you have any questions?
Yes, I have two things. So one is given the current snowstorm and I'm motivated to kind of make sure that I control the invasives on my property. However, because I haven't really paid attention other than I just gave this to contract to that company, and at that time I did not even know how to identify a knotweed. But I also want to learn how to identify different species of the things that are located at least on my property, and kind of like have a nice plan, like, because I need to mitigate them on an ongoing basis. So but for that, I really don't have as a I need them to grow back at least to a certain leaves state to be able to and I also need some help. I probably will call somebody and ask them to identify to help me identify, and maybe identify together with those, whatever those you said, ISMP or some kind of a professional. So but the timing is the real issue here, because I kind of agreed to plant in between April and June. So I don't know when these leaves would come out to be able to identify other species. So I have I really want to request if possible some extension. But again, if you have any other suggestion how to identify them, I'm happy to work with you on that. That's one thing. The second issue is I would like to request, it's a humble request, if you can kind of contain any of the weeds that are in the adjacent, I don't know, unknown owner, like some kind of a plastic or something, only at the border, not the whole thing. I know it's the whole thing, and only at the border, so that I can be a little bit more comfortable. Because if you put black plastic, probably it's going to be there for a while, so that anything would, in my mind, I'm thinking if it is crossing, it would die out. I'm thinking, again, I don't know how it works. So these two things are in my mind at the moment.
Okay. So for the first one, I guess maybe I'll ask Joe or Zell, as far as identifying invasive species, because we had asked for those to be identified on the plan. Is there a time of year kind of restriction for when you can do that? When it would be the next opportunity to do that? Do we need full leaves? Can we do it?
Well, it certainly makes it easier when the leaves are out, especially if things have been cut. Wintertime shrub identification, it depends on the shrubs. The ones that are out there are pretty easy to identify. There's multiflora rose, glossy buckthorn, and the Japanese knotweed. And those are all pretty easy to identify. So I think they could be done in the winter. It just depends on if they've been cut. It might be easier to see the sprouts with some leaves on it. So with the snow on the ground, it's going to be tough.
Yeah.
So maybe the mapping could potentially be held off. I think um, an, an invasive species management plan can certainly address the other species without having a complete map of their locations completed. It can address how they will be treated.
Okay, that's a good point. What did we have? Oh, I guess we're writing the enforcement order right now. I can't remember what timeline we had put on this, Judy, currently.
So I think we had started all of the reporting with the consideration that plantings and invasives management were starting this spring. And I don't remember the exact date we had asked for the ISMP and planting plan to be
I
updated
think
by.
you
I think
mentioned
it
third
was
week of
January.
April till June, if that's the plantings would happen.
Okay. So I know we talked loosely about it in one of our previous meetings on how tied together these two plans are, and whether you can do the plantings before having the invasive species management plan in place, but we can go forward with the invasive species management plan. Like Joe said, we just don't have the mapping complete until the spring. So maybe we have a split timeline for that and keep the planting schedule um, and have the invasive species management plan be in line with the planting schedule or before it, maybe by a month or so, in case there's some considerations that need to be accounted for with the planting. Does that make sense?
I think so.
Okay. And then we can say that the invasive species map piece of it can follow up in, like the June timeframe, maybe.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. And then as far as you were talking about the neighboring property, I mean, maybe that's something that you can ask to be looked at in conjunction with the invasive species management plan. Maybe the consultant you have working on that would have some ideas. I think that's probably my best suggestion there, to see if they can work that into that plan. Any tips they might have.
Okay, so so you're saying I would start the plantings before the invasive species management happens. Did I understand right? Sorry.
I said, yeah, so if you get the invasive species management plan completed, like at least a month before the plantings, before you need to order plants, because I think that is going to tell you if you
Okay.
need to do anything in particular in regards to the plantings. Does that make
Okay.
sense? So
Yeah.
that can advise you on the plantings. And maybe it says in there, don't plant whatever in this area until after you do some invasive species management. So maybe you can't plant them all in the spring. I don't know. Maybe that'll come out of that plan. But I think you really need to get that plan in place so that, we understand the time frame. And then if you have that, we can look at it, you can show it to us and say, well, I can't, I can plant over here, but I can't plant over there. And we can have that discussion. But until you have the invasive species management plan to guide you, it's all kind of theoretical, and I wouldn't want you to order plants and then not be able to plant them or have them at risk you know,
Okay, yeah,
because
that makes sense. Sorry, I did not quite catch that, but yeah, I think that's good. Now, do you guys know when approximately the leaves would come? Probably April, May? I don't know, sorry.
yeah, probably April, May. But that piece, the inventory and the mapping piece, can be separate from the invasive species management plan. That's just the guidance document. And then the map just gets attached to it or added later.
Yeah, I mean, the reason why I'm even asking this is because now that like we are including all kinds of invasives, I don't know how far they are spread, and how much it costs. I don't know that. So that's what I'm worried. So if at all, like it's too many, if it's all over, and it's going to cost significant amount of money. So then what would be, so that's the only reason why I'm asking, like, because I know at least there were green stuff all over. I don't know if that's invasive. So
Right. No,
yeah,
I understand. We need to get the ball rolling, though. I mean, I think we had some opportunities before and missed the window
yeah,
here. Now we're in the snow scenario, so we need to make some progress. So I think that's what we need to do.
yeah. I think that answers my question. Thank you so much. Thank you. Yeah.
Okay. Yep. Thanks for hanging in for our late meeting.
Melissa?
Yes, Dave.
So you're still looking for Joe's comments to be addressed.
Right.
Is that correct?
Correct.
Padma, when do you think those items could get back to the commission for review?
Oh,
Those items would be created by the invasives company to answer Joe's responses.
I mean, I'm sorry. My understanding is I would have to I can wait until the leaves come up. No.
No, that's just for the you don't need that in order to answer all Joe's comments.
So they're
Sorry.
looking for,
Yeah.
Padma, they're looking for kind of the sequencing in some of the answers to Joe's questions outlined in a response from the invasives company and give this back to the commission. We need that sort of resolved. It sounds like the plan is all set, trees and so forth, PIBs all set, but we need to get the comments back to the commission so we can finalize this. So we get the comments addressed, approved by the commission, and then we're going to start dealing with the invasives about a month prior to planting. So we're hoping to do plantings. We want to do plantings in May. So we're looking to deal with invasives in April. And already it's February 1.
Yeah,
So do
my
you have
only
a feel
concern
as to
is,
when we could come back with the answers? Do you think we could
yeah.
come back on the 24th with answers?
Oh, I don't know, Dave, because what happened is last time when I asked when they were like cutting the things, so there was a coat before, and when the trees came up, they gave like 4 times more coat. So I don't know if these guys, if I ask them to come do the digging right now, because in the snow, they would probably charge me hourly and like may ask more money. I don't know that, right? So.
No, Padma, this is responses, not coming to the site. This is responses in providing information that the commission needs to feel comfortable that this is a qualified company. Those type of things. They
I
need
can
the basics. Do you think you could contact them relatively soon and have them give them the comment letters and then have them address the comments with the response?
Oh, okay. Sorry, I misunderstood. So maybe I can talk to the same people and then
Yes.
maybe send them and I will talk to you later, Dave. Sorry, I
Okay.
misunderstood some of the stuff. So maybe I can get that thing rolling. Yeah. I don't know when they will be able to provide though, but I can start on that like right away.
Do you think we could come back here in 2 weeks and and attempt to dry it in 2 weeks, and if we can't, then we can come back on the 24th at worst case scenario?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, yeah, I think so. I will have to like talk to the same person, and yeah, I
Yeah.
think so. Yeah.
Does that sound something that we could strive for, Melissa?
Yep, let's do that. So we'll continue this to February 10th for an update.
And if we don't have it, then we'll just continue for the 24th, but we need to make contact with them in the next few days.
Yeah, I think if we don't get, you know, if you can't provide us with some dates or some progress, then we'll probably have to issue another enforcement letter with a date.
I
And
will
then
call
it'll be
them.
us
I will
picking.
call them right away, like in
Okay.
the next couple of days, and try to get as soon as possible. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Right now we'll try and put it in your court and give you some flexibility on the date, but if that doesn't work, then we'll have to pick it'll be in our hands to kind of set that date, and it might not be what you want it to be. So, okay.
Are we okay with the plan? PIBs?
Yes.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
I think so. Does anyone have any comments on the plan? I think we're good. Anyone from the public? No. Yep, I think we're good with that plan, Dave. Planting
Great.
plan.
Thank you.
Yep. All right. Thanks.
Okay.
Have a
Thank
Do you
good
need a
one.
vote? You can do a vote?
Vote to continue. We can vote to continue this out to February 10th. Can I get a motion?
So
So
moved.
moved.
Second.
All in favor, Matt,
Aye.
Jim,
Aye.
Ed,
Aye.
and I am also an aye.
Great, thank you very much.
Yep. Thanks, Dave. Okay, 2 West Elm Street violation discussion. Judy, you want to give us a rundown?
Sure, I will try to go fast. Great job, everybody. Yep, so this is a new violation. Anna and I were driving around doing site visits on the 16th, and we noticed significant earthwork occurring at 2 West Elm Street, which is the location of the Islamic Society of Greater Milford. We had issued administrative approval for the conversion of a few areas of lawn on the property to pervious grassy pavers, but the disturbance that we saw appeared to be outside of these approved areas. We were also told that they were working to install gravel and a trench for drainage, which is not in the scope of what we had approved. So we did issue a cease and desist that day, asked for erosion controls to be installed and the fill to be removed. Got some pictures in here. We've been out a few times since then. It's a little hard to tell with the snow, but it does look like the bulk of the fill has been pulled back. I mean, it was about 1 to 2 feet thick right on the wetland edge. So it looks like a lot of material was pulled back. Erosion controls were installed as best as they could be with the ground frozen. It's not perfect, but nothing is melting yet. So right now under the snow, it's probably still unstabilized, but we think a lot of the fill has come out. So I think we have a representative from the Islamic Society on the call and potentially the contractor who did the work as well, if the commission has questions for them on what they're working on. And if you have any feedback on anything additional you'd like to see past the erosion controls, they put in silt fence and straw wattle. You know, whether you'd like a stronger PIB, right now they just have medallions. Any plantings in the spring of this disturbed area or additional stabilization, that sort of thing. I will turn it over to you, Melissa.
All right, thanks, Judy. I guess I'll give do we have the owner contractor? You want to introduce yourself?
Hi, my name is Abdul. I'm
Hello.
volunteering at the Islamic Center, just helping when they need some help inside, outside, and mostly outside.
Okay. So you work at the Islamic Center, you were doing the construction work, or both? You were.
No, I'm just volunteering over there. I'm not basically working over there. But when they have some like I manage like when they have like a snow removal, cut the grass and stuff like that. I make sure it's done and clean all these stuff. And because I have my company for irrigation and lighting. It's nothing to do with this, but it's I help them sometimes as a volunteer.
Gotcha. Okay. Um, so are you familiar now with the wetlands, the limits of work on the site?
Yes, yeah. Now this area where is the picture sees like they dump not they dump. I told them to put, just to be honest and clear about it, to put some soil from the fill we took from the trench and we put it here in the back. But when I realized we're not supposed to do this, and we take everything out, and there was no trees here or anything. It's one small shrub, and it's actually still there. But before, this area was like some brush and wood chips. And after the snow melted, I'm gonna check it again to make sure it's still the same how it was before, and we'll take care of it. If we need to put some seed or some, whatever required, just to make it looks more wetland how it was before, we will take care of it.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, we're definitely gonna need to see it restored, stabilized,
No,
and back.
absolutely. Yeah,
Did
yeah.
you have a plan for what you were going to do here after they finished?
Here
Or
in this same spot here.
yeah,
Yeah, nothing actually. No, it was like each time the guy who come to take this dumpster, and it keep falling down because it was a little bit deep. And I told them to throw some fill here from the trench we dig. That's where
okay.
what's happening. It's like nothing. We're not gonna do anything in this area at all.
Okay. So at this point in time, it sounds like, Judy, you said there are erosion controls around the limit. There's not much we can do with the snow. Um, or see, but I guess what we can do is work on a plan, a restoration plan to actually call out what we're gonna do here. Um, so that being said, this is a violation. So we have a letter. So we need we probably need to do an enforcement write-up, Judy, specifying that we would like you to come back to us with a restoration plan for this area, at one of our future meetings. I don't know if you can do that by February 10th or the 24th. And Judy can help you and give some guidance on what a plan would look like or what the commission would be looking for.
Yeah, no problem. Whatever you guys request to do for this area, I'm happy to do it and take care of it. It's my fault, and I apologize for Judy and Anna for this. And it's like a mistake I did, and we clean it out right away.
No, I appreciate your responsiveness once um, it was brought to your attention. I think there might have been, initially our staff, there are certain things that they can give permission to do that are minor activities, like the pavers that you originally talked to Judy and Anna about that were within the parking area.
Yeah.
Um, but anything more than that really needs to come in front of the commission. And then we can talk through it and talk about erosion controls, talk about stabilization. If you want to do any trenching or things like this where you're disturbing earth, even the trenching work that you were doing probably should have come in front of the commission, so that we can make sure we're protecting the resource areas and on the same page and
No,
taking
absolutely. Yeah,
precautions.
no.
So
Nope. I got the lesson.
you got it. It's late.
Yeah.
You got it. All right, you're gonna come back. Does anyone have anything to add?
Um, just like about the trench, can we finish it up and put the gravel and close this the other section, not the wetland here?
What is the trench for? You're
If
doing?
you if you back to this area here, you see where the far cones.
Yep.
This area we supposed to put like what I sent Anna and Judy. We're gonna put the pavers and put grass in between the pavers, and because of the budget wise, we switch it to gravel. Next to these cones, we dug like a trench here to put some gravel to hold the water inside coming from the slope. That's it. We're not taking the water to the left or to the right side. It's gonna be just only in the bottom to avoid more water going to the gravel area, what we're gonna put here.
So you're capturing water that's coming from the
From the,
street
yeah,
area toward your parking lot,
yes, yeah.
and you're trying to keep it from getting onto the parking lot? Is that?
Yes, yep. It's actually this area is not it's not a parking lot. It's gonna be like it's like a playing area for the it's like when you have activity at the mosque or something, they always go and sit here because there's no cars here park, and it's always wet because of the water coming from this slope, and that's why we're trying to fix this area a little bit and put some gravel that way to keep the water down, not goes to the grass area.
Okay. I think this probably deserves being put on a plan along with the stabilization on the other side there, and maybe come back to our February 10th meeting, and we can just talk through it and make sure we're all on the same page as far as what that area looks like, and whether or not it's asking for an RDA for us to determine whether you need any additional permitting or you can just go ahead and finish the project. Because it's kind of hard for us to gauge, based on pictures and not having a good handle on the extent of what you're proposing. That's my thought. I don't know, Judy, if you have another thought or anyone else on the commission wants to go a different direction with it.
I think that makes sense. So you can make a decision on permitting, just have a simple sketch plan of the restoration.
Yeah.
And what they're planning with the trench and the gravel. It is like an open trench right now, so maybe just make sure people don't go back there for safety purposes.
Yeah, I guess there's no harm in filling it if you wanted to make it safe and given the conditions, but I think that would be about it. Fill it to kind of stabilize the area, but we would need some more details to review, I think, for a
You mean like can I put gravel in it to fill it to make it the same level with the area with the grass, and then we can talk about it.
I think so. I would be comfortable with that. Once you bring it in front of us, I'm not sure what we'll decide and if that can stay or need to be, changed at all, but in order to kind of stabilize it, and I think that would be
Yeah, I feel more safe to fill it, to be honest with you, just more
Yeah.
safety, but to take it out after that is yeah, let's fill it. Let's fill it right now, and just for more safety, and we can talk about it later on and see what you guys would like to do for this one.
Okay. Does anyone else have any comments, thoughts?
Just that I agree that
Everybody's
filling it for public safety is a wise move.
Yeah. Okay. Then can I get a motion to continue this out to February 10th and for Judy to draft up a letter and for Judy or Anna to sign.
So moved.
Can I get a second?
I'll second.
All in favor, Matt,
Aye.
Jim,
Aye.
Ed,
Aye.
Peggy, if you want to vote on this one, you can. If not, you don't have to. This is the first we're all hearing of it.
Sure. Aye.
All right, and I'm also an aye. Okay, thank you for coming
Thanks.
to us tonight.
Thank you.
Yes. All right, I think we're gonna skip the conservation minute for tonight.
Oh, really? We don't want to talk longer? You want to go to
Wait,
midnight?
it's only a minute. We can do it in a minute.
That's right, minute.
Uh,
I'm assuming there's no public forum request, Judy. Is there anything
No.
else
No,
we
that's
need to
it.
talk about? Okay.
yeah,
Um,
promise they're not all 4 hours long.
I know, I'm sorry, Peggy. This was like a really rough one to start
I
on.
was wondering if this is normal.
No.
My eyelids.
Don't believe what they're telling you that this is not normal. The last one was the same thing.
Oh, no.
We've had
No,
a couple
Janet,
items on the agendas that have taken a bit of discussion, but as a relatively new member, I can attest that over the last year and a half, these are the outliers.
They are. We
Yep.
try to finish by.
Yeah. Just remember back to the days when we were in person. Ed, you would appreciate this. In person, you get kicked out of the senior center at 10 o'clock.
That's
So
right. That's right.
Mhm.
That's right.
I
one of the
mean, I
downsides of the team.
think we should implement that rule virtually too.
Yeah.
Well,
Could
I
do
was
it.
on the,
Maybe we will. All right.
I was on
I'll
the
make-
Board of Appeals before, and they had to end by 10 p.m.,
Yeah. That's right.
which was kind of nice.
Yeah. Yeah, we might have to implement something like that. We'll have to figure out the logistics of that.
I was saying Boston has a
Virgin.
5-minute rule for presentations.
Yeah.
5
There's
minutes.
a couple of commissions
I am
that
open.
I've been in front of that do that.
I can think of a good application for that 5-minute rule.
Yeah. There's the one fallback on that, and it's I think up to us to enforce. A lot of items on the agenda never come off the agenda because there's so little time
Yeah.
to talk about them. They just
Yeah. That's
continue to go meeting to meeting. So it's striking that balance, right, between finishing something and not talking enough about it.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. Once
We'll
we
put that
clear
in.
some of these continues, we'll be in better shape.
Yeah. Yep. Definitely. Well, we got rid of 47 Oakhurst tonight, so not got rid of, but
Yay.
we closed that one out.
We've
So that
moved
one's been
on.
on there for about a year. Yeah.
I heard them celebrating as they left the meeting.
So we can put that as a conservation minute topic, Judy. Any suggestions for expediting our meetings? I'm completely open to. So I'm gonna make somebody a timer.
Nice.
So if anybody wants
Yeah,
to think
I
about
think
that,
maybe Zoom can time out in 3 hours
maybe
somehow.
AI bot, yeah, cut you off.
Yeah.
All right.
I'll make
Can I
a
get a
motion
motion?
to adjourn.
All right.
If anyone wants a second.
All right, I think Jim
I'll
seconded. Matt, all in favor, Matt,
Aye.
Jim,
Aye.
Ed,
Aye.
Peggy,
Aye.
and I am also an aye. All right, thanks for hanging in there, everybody.
Good night, everyone.
Good night.
Great job, Melissa.
Thanks.
As always.